like, give me a place. What is it? How does improv work? Give me a place, give me a topic, and give me like something else, like a title or a role. Like, I'm a plumber in a New York tenement, and the situation is like leaky pipe, and then like you improv it out. Like, I don't know. I don't do improv. I just do D&D, which feels like a weekly improv.
But
session.
You do improv. Yeah, exactly. You do improv.
Yeah. So, sup internet. We're back to our regularly scheduled. I don't know what's going on with my freaking camera. It's like making me radioactive. It's
it kind of.
It's kind of doing Maybe it's acknowledging that I just need to go out and see the sun. I'm just so pale. It's like, just here, we're gonna add some color to your face. It just makes you look like you're like red. You need a little tiefling in your life. Here you go. It's like, no, don't do it. Don't kill the characters. Wow, there's a little tiefling in my life.
I realized the other day where my whiteboard is placed, if I sit perfectly, I give myself like fake cat ears.
That's awesome. I thought you were gonna go with the what are they called? Is it called a corsage when it's in your hair, or is it a corsage when you're wearing it? Because if you lean just enough, you have the rose peeking over your red. Yeah. It's like
I think corsage is when you wear it.
It's corsage. What's it called when you wear it in your hair? 'Cause it's got a name. Only because I know from Final Fantasy, because you can make them. Cosmos! It's like a little block of cosmos. Yeah. I do like it. Does add some color to it. Meanwhile, my background, although you can't see it on stream, you can see it in Zoom, is like donuts. VR. I like how the donuts right next to like go exercise, go eat a donut. They connect to each other.
Is that just a 12-pack of donuts?
It's a 6 assorted.
Oh, okay, got it.
And I haven't touched them yet because I'm drinking like pure sugar in liquid form. So why would I? Yay! It is balanced. Thank you, Io. It's the circle of carbs, and it consumes my heart like a heart attack. So while we're figuring out what flowers that go in your hair are called, we're doing revolutions today. We'll do a recap. Make my notes up. Full transparency. This will be a very light-hearted session because it's the only way it's going to work. I'm not going to do trivia. Maybe I'll do light trivia because I feel like what's in front of you becomes a very valid question now. Like, what happened here? Sin, do you want to take recap real quick? Like, just 5 minutes or less. There's not a whole lot.
Sure. There we were! The training grounds of Jacob Waite's estate on the bottom level.
Keep going. I want this like super announcer voice, like, and there we were, the bottom floor.
We were in that hallway where we last left off, and where Pyroed.
Mm-hmm. Full pyrotechnics. Mm-hmm.
And eventually, after some dialogue in that hallway, like a door opens up inside of the wall, from Gig, and we walk in, and it's like this banquet hall place thing, where we all sit down and have noms and drink and have conversation. Gig's in this particularly good mood. It's like, ask me whatever you want. So we asked him a ton of questions. None of them I can think of right now.
It's like, did you get what you wanted out of this? Maybe. Did we accomplish our goal? Forgot the goal.
Let's see. Rolf and Roger disappeared into another door, never to be seen again. It's assumed that there was a deal to be had between Gig and Lancite.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And then we rested up inside this like magic banquet hall place, and then left to continue our journey through these training grounds, where we broke open a lot of doors. That's doors.
Right. The lock picking through force.
Yeah. I doubled nat 20 against the door. It's great. Found some storage rooms with like pots and some like boxes and stuff. if I remember.
One did have pots of various sizes. The other one it looked like alchemical ingredients, like an alchemical station. Right. And Captos even made the moves like, look, I can get by. I'm a wizard, but I'm not Clemens. Like, yeah. I am not. My profession is not alchemist.
And we thought there was this pool of water that we found while we were walking. We thought that it had something we needed to do with it, so Captios dragged one of the pots that we found with us and filled it up with the water, and I'm carrying that around.
I'm gonna move you down there because it's close to where you guys are at. It's this. Yeah.
And then we walked to a room towards the end of the session with 2 or 3 different kinds of pots with stuff in them. And that was the session. I feel like I'm missing so much stuff that's very important. But
Cap, do you want to fill in any gaps from the Captios perspective?
There was a way to go up a floor. Walked through this room where all these skulls, these like flaming skulls.
Yeah,
that's right.
When we're looking at us, we just walked through the room. Didn't seem like they necessarily did anything, but we were supposed to like not look them in the eyes.
Because that just looks badass. I'll move it to this little room. Yeah. And
there's like 2 doors. We were confused as to like why are there 2 doors.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't really have much. I mean, not much in terms of like there wasn't much substance other than us just bashing down doors. Well, Sin bashing down doors.
Yeah.
Oh, Panger shielded her once.
Panger did shield her once. That is correct. I think a majority of the substance came from the dialogue with Gig, because the rest of it was, for lack of a better term, crawling a dungeon, like going from left to right and hooking around. Yeah. Some things that I saw worth mentioning. One, the Gig thing. It's on the same page. I know that things were talked about and the high levels of it. But behind the Oz curtain, the major points was Rolf and Roger both. They left, assumingly in a deal with Lancite. It wasn't directly said. It was heavily implied. No one, even like Captain was like, yeah, I'm sure this is the case. And I really don't need to know more than that. Why would we need to know? You silly demon or you silly devil. Too much Demon Slayer. If I start calling devils demons, they're all gonna get pissed off. Let's see. Yep. Sin, you did bash down the door. That was hilarious. You saw stairs upwards. That was one key thing, too. Like, you had the option of, after you bashed down your first door, before the double doors, there was a path up. And instead of going up, or backwards, it was to continue on through the double doors. Hence the skulls with all the flames. They did, like, throw out, like, bolts of fire. And that's the Panger shielding a thing with Sin. And then after that, they more or less stopped caring about you. I don't.
Oh, there was the question of like why this setup just seems like very interesting, and it's unclear what the setup is for.
Yeah,
or how it's set up.
One of the important things that like Ian Cap brought up was if it's set for an individual, these are a lot of weird skill sets. So it's almost implied that a group of people or a team or a squad required, or like there's just the bar is set so high that you're like an alchemist and a botanist and a wizard and like a rogue that can pick locks and all sorts of stuff. So it's very heavily implied that it's not for like testing a single person. And where we left off was that the green pot here was spewing like a very thick, almost oily green fume that was rolling off of the pot itself. So for cross recap, both of you grab 50 points of experience. I'm trying to think if there's any trivia that's super relative to what you're doing right now. There was, and I'll make this because we skipped over just a little bit. Use, like, I'm gonna clear that off right there. forget whom, if it was Pisces, Ozzy, or Gig, but they mentioned that there is a zodiac that's waiting for you in this area. Whom is it?
I don't know where to post it.
Yeah, I'm just like posting everywhere.
Dear God. Yeah, I do need to figure out how they could stop replicating. But if I look at the chat up top, the first person to answer was Cap. So Cap, who's waiting for you?
Virgo is waiting for us?
Virgo is waiting for your points. That's correct. It was mentioned that Jacob's not here, but Virgo certainly is.
No good.
Here's one. This is an easy yes/no question. Has Captios informed Sin of what Alexa is up to?
Then you can answer. You can just go ahead and answer that.
With the grand two people that are present, yeah.
You did this past session, kind of.
Right.
I'm trying to remember.
That's true. He did. Yes. My follow-up is: did he tell you everything?
No.
What did he tell you?
That you were. That was in Inverness.
You know that she's in Inverness.
I know that she's in Inverness, but you. What was it that you didn't tell me?
Ozzy would be mad.
Yeah, that's the strong hint. If he told it, then it was less because of
Luna
Sin.
is there.
Yeah. He admitted the whole entire thing about Luna, right? Alexa's doing her own business in hell, not because it's about Luna, right? Okay. Let's hop in. We might have a short session. We might not. We'll see how much the go-go juice goes. So, as we left off, Sin and Captios were going through this room of what the hell are you doing down here, Jacob? What? This is how you spend your money. God, how are you funded? And to a room where it has two braziers, raised braziers with flame. They're pretty high up there. Like Sin's not 6 foot anything. She's like 5 something. How tall is Sin?
Like 5'4",
5. So she's 5'4". So these things would come up to, because now ever since the Alara toddler thing, I've been thinking spatial relationships all day long. So you would have to put your hands on top of this brazier that looks like it's made out of like iron. But you see the blue flames that flick off the top of it, but you'd have to like grab it and like pull yourself up if you wanted to actually see the contents. On both sides, they're emitting this nice pale blue light that cast against the neutral gray of the stonework on the ground. And the air here normally is very still, but it's added by this very stinging, acidic smell that's coming from the center pot, which is emitting this oily green substance, very Disney evil fog that's just like rolling down, and not towards you. It's not like sentient fog. It's just doing what naturally would do, like a lab experiment, just rolling away from its central place, hitting the other two pots that exist. Now there is this Verizon tower. Like, how's your signal strength? The blue is the lowest of them all. Like the pots, like you can see it. It's I'm using Sins as an example. It's effectively like waist height, so you can just very well lean in and see the contents of that pot. Very very wide, but not very tall. The other one, which is about 6 to 8 inches higher than that, definitely higher than, is the green one. So that's where you wouldn't be able to just like lean over. You'd have to peer a little bit, lean, like you couldn't fall straight into it without climbing. And then there's this one that's more of a bronze color on the far end, and you can't see the contents of that one. Not where you are, and by how tall it is. It is as tall. It's a little like inches shorter than the ones with the blue flames emitting from them. And that is where we start. Ozzy's got nothing to say about this. Pisces has nothing to say about this. Gig's like, this is entertaining, and scene.
Do you have any idea what those things are, Cap?
Like with most of this place, I don't really have any idea what any of this does.
I don't know. I thought maybe like a book or something. I don't know. No.
I'm gonna approach. So the blue one's the shortest. Green one is slightly taller. Red one's tallest.
Yep. Basically,
right?
from south to north is lowest to highest.
I'm gonna. Oh, game's paused.
Oh yeah. I'll unpause the game. There you go.
I'm gonna take a step towards the blue cauldron,
Okay.
and I wanna look at the gloss, like the matte,
Yep.
the color, the sheen, all of that sort of stuff, and see if I can figure out what type of substance it might be.
Sure. So from that, you're just using your eyes. You're using any other senses besides visual. I can rule out hearing. It makes blop blop sounds like that. There you go.
No, I'm just using my eyes to start.
Give me a perception check.
Perception.
Oh, look at the stream chat working now on OOC. If you guys currently do not have that tab open, highly recommended. We have assistance from IO. All right, so perception is a 23. So you roll 23 and you look it over. The the gloss or the matte level of this substance it's highly glossy, so it's almost gelatinous in nature in that. So high gloss.
Like Jello.
Yeah, like Jello.
Okay.
So and you can notice that it is going blob 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 because there's some viscosity to it. Whatever's the bottom does have air pockets that are consistently trapped. And as
Hold
you get
on 1 second, my sister's calling me.
Sure.
Okay.
Wake me up before you go.
While he's looking at the pots,
yeah.
Sin's gonna look around the room itself, like along the walls. Is there any writing or anything that would stand out, or is it just an empty stone room?
While you're doing that, roll investigation. So you walk around the stone room. Do you give any care or cadence to the fumes that are coming out of the central pot? Because that would affect how far.
I don't want to go into that.
Okay.
I don't want to get near
Yep.
it. I just kind of want to scan the walls.
Yeah. So Sin's a very tactile investigator. I think she licked somebody 02 style. And she did. And plant.
That's true.
Wow, that was a long time ago. Holy hell.
Yeah. 2 years, 3 years.
2 years ago. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So bringing back into reality, in this fantasy, that Sin, you look around and nothing seems out of the ordinary to you. No writings on the walls. No engravings. It just looks like another stone room with nothing that's offensive. A very big brain room because there's all these pots and shit. Cycling back to Cap the 23 again, high sheen, right? Highly gloss. Not to the point where it's reflective, just shy of. So it is reflecting light. It's not It's not so high that it's polished silver. So Jello is a pretty good example of that, or that high gloss paint.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is the viscosity is pretty thick. Also, a bit like a jelly or a pudding, because you notice when you're getting closer to it that there's a degree of heat at the base of this, and air kind of keeps the substance circulated. So you see these slowly moving bubbles that have that nasty elastic as it comes to the top. So that's viscosity. That's matte v gloss. You're close enough to smell it, or rather observe the lack of a scent that it gives off. Whereas the green substance is very almost acidic to the nose, very assailant. This is it lacks. If you feel if you got close enough to sniff it, it wouldn't smell like much of anything. Much like water, or distilled water, which you've had a recent experience with.
Are there any runes on the pot? Does the pot look like it would trigger if we touched the inside?
So there are runes in the pot towards the base. Give me an investigation check. You notice there are runes at the base that are consistently triggering a bonfire spell to keep the pots magically alit. So cantrip base enchantment, nothing intense. But you feel as though You feel as though it is trapped. Like it's a bonfire waiting for it to like trigger a fireball, but you don't know what the trigger is.
Oof. So I looked at Sin. I'm like, this might be trapped. I've seen these runes before, back in the academy, and they're just so faint that I can't exactly tell if they are, what's the word I'm looking for? Like traps, or just keep this thing warm. I just like they're just so faded, and I don't have like Alexa vision, so I can't exactly tell.
Right. Well, I mean, it's kind of weird for. I mean, we don't know what this stuff is, but to trap it is kind of weird to me, even for Jacob White's standards. Though I could be wrong. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Well, if this
Maybe.
is like one of his tests,
True.
it could be.
Could we?
I don't like Ozzy walking up.
Ozzy just walks in. You mentioned Jacob.
I turn and I look at him.
I have an idea. Hold on. And I'm gonna take, you know how back in the room with the pots, was there a small pot that would fit into this pot and I could scoop stuff out?
Yes, there were several of them that are that small. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna go start walking back to that other room.
Okay.
And just tell me if I can go grab one
You
of the
can.
pots and come back. Okay.
Yep.
Flash forward a minute and a half later.
So that
Yeah.
said, by the time that that's the song. Woo! It's like the bat signal. In that time, the fumes have begun to gather. Now, further to the west, assuming like up is north, if you may make that as your orientation, to the west, these fumes are rolling down, almost like a waterfall of smoke down, and they're heavy. They're heavier than the air, so they're settling in the lower ledge area of this room.
Does it look like it's all going in that direction, or is it filling up all around us in this area?
Think of it as though like if you took a turn of water and like just went down, how it would go down in a general direction, and then also fan out. But it's not like gravitating towards anything. It's just coming out of this pot and naturally wafting in a westward direction. But it does fan out.
Like a
Is there
fog
a-
machine thing.
Yeah, like a fog
It's
machine.
darn
That's a good.
hollow.
Yeah,
Is there
like
a
a fog
wind
machine.
pushing it in that direction? Like, can we feel a wind?
You do not. Let's see. Would you feel a wind? This is underground, so yeah, there's a very faint natural breeze. But being a big brain, it is. You feel like it's like, dude, like the equivalent of a chemical reaction is generating the breeze.
Got it.
Not like
And it-
there is a fan somewhere. It's just a
And
chemical reaction of like heat and displace of air.
All of the pots fumes rolling into that other side, or just
Just the
these-
green one.
Just the green one.
The blue one like is emitting like nothing gaseous of that nature. Like it's very
Okay.
like muted. Can't speak for the one that you can't see into at the far end.
The green fumes. Given that
Sorry.
Ozzy's like,
given that I've been around Sin and Ozzy long enough, would I know what those
Stop.
God, so you just like eyeball the tieflings? No, it's none of that comes to mind. It's not,
what about like
not
based
just-
on like just thinking about what kind of chemical reactions would produce this sort of green like smoke and then or fumes
Yep.
and then and that would move on their own.
Yeah, go ahead and roll Arcana.
Okay.
Can I help him in a way because I've been dragged through acid a lot?
No, go ahead and role play out your banter of thinking through this. I'll inject
start.
the internal monologue of like, oh, go ahead.
I mean, this.
But roll
can
Arcana.
Listen to me. This. I'm no wizard. I don't. Books are boring. Don't get me wrong, but
Ozzy's like,
I-
books are boring.
and this is not my proudest thing to say in front of everybody here, but I have been dragged through acid quite a lot in my life. Maybe it reminds me of that.
The substance does look acidic based off the way it smells.
Sin, how much acid have you been dragged to in your life? Other than the snakes dragging you through that acidic pool.
I mean, that was a lot of acid, though, at that time. I almost died.
That's true. You did almost die.
Yeah. And that was
Remember when...
I was in the acid, not just like a toe or whatever, like a baby. I was in it.
Oz is like, I remember this. And Gig's like, I remember this.
Yeah, I saved you, Ozzy. Do you remember that part?
And Ozzy like puts like an arm around Sin and like gives her a shake and says, I don't. If I recall, I got through that amazingly, and you shook my hand at the end. That's how I choose to remember this.
I
amazingly.
push him off.
You push him off, alright.
Well, he still stands. Maybe, I don't know. Could be like some acid that we saw there. I don't know.
Well, Sin, if you've been around enough acid, you want to just take a nice whiff and tell me if it reminds you of anything? I mean, you've survived enough acid stuff. I mean, I'm thinking like if you have like is it natural? Is it man-made? Is it something you've experienced in the wildernesses going through Arhor'ha?
Captios definitely knows that this is man-made. Definitely knows that this is magical in nature. And on the worst spectrum of things, it's a death cloud. And on the weakest spectrum of thing, it's a noxious gas or noxious fumes. So in the worst case, she's going to retch, like have mustard gas effect. Well, not mustard gas. Tear gas effects. And on the worst case, she's going to have mustard gas effects. I don't know if we lost her or if that is like legitimately the pose being held. Either way, pretty fucking phenomenal. Yes. In that go walk through the cloud of noxious fumes and see what happens. Oh my god. Io, please clip this at 27 minutes and several seconds.
Incredible.
This is the glorious. But while we're going that, I'll do the Captios like brain blast of what you're seeing here. It does appear acidic in nature. You can gather that by like the scent of it without doing a whole lot more. If that touched something, it would melt it. You're noticing it's not melting the stone. So at the very least, a certain degree of substances are immune to it, like clothes. You're not too sure how it would fare against organic material. So that's something worth testing out to see how it would fare against, say, your face or your eyes. And that's kind of like the difference between whether you're looking at a death cloud that would destroy something organic or just make you sick.
Are there any... So, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not an alchemist.
You're not now. Yeah, but you do know those spells, and that's like a wizard thing.
Right. But when Sin comes back, we can probably understand if any of those plants from the other room, just like by chewing on them or whatever, can actually stop the effects of this.
Like just because you didn't specialize in like botany doesn't mean you didn't take basic classes for like what those are.
Or just like read books on it.
Yeah. It's like...
Yeah, the way I think about it is Captios can know it. He just does not. He like can't make it, right? So it's like.
It's like if you're a doctor doesn't mean you're a pharmacist, but you do understand how the drugs work on the human body, or a specialist like And
I can recite you the recipe, but I can't.
Yeah, I couldn't make it. You couldn't do Breaking Bad, but you could say like if you have all this, you could probably break bad.
Yeah.
No. Poor Sin. Let's see.
Oh no.
Yeah, let's see how. Other things of rather interest while we're waiting for Sin to come back.
Well, because the other thing I was going to do is now that I have this cup, I was going to actually dip it into the blue because I want to do more of like a understand what it is. Do like a quick like investigation to understand what the blue substance is.
Yeah, we could resolve that. Yeah. So while we'll call it goading on Sin. At some point in time, you're going to go investigate the blue substance. All right. So how are you going to investigate the blue substance?
Are any of like, there's some basic things. If I know this is a noxious gas, I'm curious if this substance will actually. My first guess is, will this prevent negative effects of that gas.
So big brain. The one thing that comes to mind is you're looking at. I don't want to go like super science, the super science of the fantasy, but you know there are laws, physical and meta.
Yeah.
But the physical law that you're observing is that with seeing air that gets circulated in to stir the substance up, and how it has that big like very nice marshy effect.
Yeah.
That no matter what, if placed near or over it, it would trap. Like it make gas very difficult to pass through. So that's one thing that's very apparent visually to someone as smart as Captios. Now, that doesn't account for other things, like if these are both two effectively chemicals, what kind of chemical reaction might occur?
Right.
But simply from a solid-esque form versus a gaseous form, you got that. It's got that thing going for it.
Got it. Is there any way to use, like, again, the plants in the other room to figure out what the blue substance is?
You could probably use that to figure out, like, do possible elimination of, like, what exactly this is to identify it.
Yeah.
You could also likely use those materials because it's not just plants. It's like plants, it's powders. You could probably use that to do, like, the Resident Evil 1 thing of changing, like, the effects of what's in here.
Yeah.
You're not an alchemist, but it's very apparent that you could modify ingredients and materials.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, I just kind of like reversing engineering potions or like substances is difficult, I imagine, but like the best option to identify, to your point, and then modify this thing is kind of
it's like it's kind of the idea, like what is the goal, to know exactly what it is, to make sure that it doesn't harm you, to figure out like why this room is doing what it's doing, and like either pass or prevent, like those sort of things. So if you start saying like some broad stroke goals, and they are more basic than they are complex, they're within your wheelhouse.
A goal is basically, I assume that this specific room, the point is to get through it and not die. So like, if you've got 3 substances up here, one of which there's no doors at this level, and that makes me think that there's a door somewhere down below. I can't see a door.
Right, and that's correct. With the way your vision is, which is great for spatial relationships, like you can't see doors from where you currently are. You're just on a ledge that's like 10 foot higher than the other with limited lighting.
My goal is to say, like, this room is either supposed to be a death trap, or it's supposed to be a test.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Guy, please tell me that I smelled that acid and I got knocked out for that time.
I mean, we could very well play that off that way. Like, you leaned in for a good whiff and like, boom. or like Ozzy just like, and here you go. Here's a forced whiff.
Basically, Sin.
Go ahead, Cap. Like we did some talking about the room and the blue pot.
This is either like a death trap, like this is a place that if people make a wrong turn, right, this is where they die. They're like, the test ends for them, or it's just another test. And if the fumes are supposed to be noxious or deadly or whatever, something is supposed to basically protect you from that, right? So understanding what the red and the blue potions are might help in the understanding of what the point of this room is. So I'm just trying to figure out how I can understand that. Like, first off, the first thing is to just have a base understanding of what blue and red do, or blue and far away, we don't know what's in there, do, and blue is
the bronze pot.
Bronze pot. Blue is thick enough that we could technically cover the green oil pot with this substance, and it would kind of like
oil and water kind of thing.
Yeah, it'll suffocate. That's the word.
Okay.
It's like stuffing out a fire. If the fire was oil.
What if you mix the blue and that acid one, and it just makes it worse, and we melt to death or something?
Exactly. So like trying to understand what this is. So I'm gonna reach in with my little ladle and pull some out.
Okay. It's again like very gelatinous. It's no, because Jello would like stay whole. It's more like thick soup because it does like drip off the pot, like a viscous fluid.
Nickelodeon slime.
Nickelodeon slime is a great example. Yeah.
As I'm pouring it into like a beaker, I look at Sin. I'm like, "Do you want to taste?" As I'm like,
no.
Ozzy's like,
do it, Ozzy! I dare you.
oh yeah. He takes one of his like. He doesn't look at that. He's like he takes like his little clawed hand, like just scoops some up. It's like on his claw. He's like.
I'm watching him intently, like just.
Doesn't really taste like anything. He just takes another one. He scoops it in.
does that give me any more information about what this thing could be? The fact that it doesn't smell like anything.
It's tasteless. Yeah.
Tasteless and smellless.
Tasteless and odorless. Yeah.
Yeah, odorless.
Yeah, it does give you a hint like that. That is very much like silica style, like gelatin, because gelatin's based off of just, I think, fun fact, like bone. Like you grind down that specific thing, and it's like the same way we make glue or gelatin. So you're looking at that only. It's got to be like a man-made version of it because it doesn't have a taste. If it was, for lack of a better term, like bone-based, you'd have that marrow taste. But it's like, no, this is like almost like water. It's tasteless. Odorless and tasteless.
Is this telling me that this thing probably doesn't do any, like it's not like this substance has like a
it's probably
magical...
something yeah, I'd say that, like, depending on how you see alchemy as magic or not. Like you might see it as like a potion ingredient level, but not like magic, like it's going to summon a water elemental or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he didn't die, so that's good.
Do I see the fumes drifting towards the bronze pot, or are they kind of going straight down the middle?
They're fanning out. So the direct path is just they kind of go like straight, but they roll on top of each other like a fog machine. So they are hitting the blue one. They're hitting the blue pot. They're hitting the bronze pot.
But they haven't reached us yet.
No, because they hit the pot and they just kind of like walked away.
Got it.
Eventually they're gonna hit where your feet are. Like a fog machine, they're going to consume the area, but the majority of it rolls off down to the lower area.
I'm gonna take a kind of a step forward, and I'm gonna misty step, literally to the other one, right? Not there, right here.
Okay. So is that on top of the pot because it's tall?
Oh, so I can't look over it. I'm like 5'8".
Yeah. You like the same thing with the other one where it said you have to like grab and like pull yourself up. It's a little lower, so again you have to like grab and like just kind of like do a little hop. Or like a stool of some sort that gives you a few more inches, but yeah.
I kind of like toss Wraith over to the cross.
You want me to stand on Wraith?
Yeah, why not? It can hold you.
The last person that touched Wraith that wasn't you, what happened to them?
That was his scythe. That was not the same.
No,
Gig just in the background, like he has his popcorn as like small, like mochi ball versions of that blue. It's like.
I don't remember it doing anything to people who touched Wraith. I know this is scythe. I look at Gig. Gig, is that gonna kill Captios if he touches it? Oh, come on, dude.
I say, Sin, I'm not touching this thing because last time Alexa told me not to touch it. So, I'm not touching it.
Sis, what the fuck
Ozzy,
Alexa?
Ozzy in the background was Sin. Oh, so obedient.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize Alexa was in charge of my fucking weapon, Captios. My bad.
No,
have you ever seen Arrested
Something
Development?
bad happened to someone when they touched Wraith last time. I wanted to touch it after I touched Ozzy's weapon. I'm like literally standing next to this pot of bubbling, whatever.
Ozzy's barking like a dog but clapping like a seal.
I say, Sin, just come behind the other pot and come. Let me stand on your shoulders.
All right, fine. I'll hold my breath.
Uh-huh.
and walk around the pot.
Okay, it's a fog machine, so it's going like up and out in every direction. So
Shit.
like it's not like saying here only go west. It's like just up and down and then flowing west. Like a fog machine. Just think of it as a gigantic fog machine.
Yeah.
Is it reaching the top of this?
Well, so the bottom from the west side is 10 feet down, so it would have to fill up like that almost reservoir before it starts hitting the ceiling.
Oh, got it.
Can I undo my bedroll that I have in my backpack and like use it to like fan it away from me as I walk by?
You can do that. You can fan it away. It functions like a gas or a mist. You can
Actually, I'm gonna prestidigitate it away.
I was thinking back to the Jacob Vault. I'm like, man, why is all of Jacob Vault things like can be countered by prestidigitation? Okay.
All right, let me just to be
Checking
it's
the
like
spell.
10 feet, so I'm actually gonna walk over to like here, and as you're walking through, I'm gonna prestidigitate it away. I mean, that's a little farther along. I'm gonna prestidigitate it. Yeah. Well, for the sake of the story, can we just say that like I do it in front of my face and in front of her face as I get her through, or?
Let me double
Up
check.
to you.
Yeah, because the range is 10 feet. That's kind of
it's
the
10
tricky
feet.
part, right? Yeah.
But I think I can hold 3 of them at a time. So like,
I mean, I can also fan as going through. I don't know. You
no,
laugh.
it's just funny because like,
I love this cantrip. Like, I legit do. So, sensor effect, this can... So, to move it forward, I could say that you can use your prestidigitation to create an air mask. You've done it before for yourself. 1 for Sin, and 1 to begin to part where she's walking. Like,
Cool.
So, protect your face, protect the feet. And you'll have to definitely move out there to get close enough because it's got a distance to do.
Okay.
All right, so you just place more of this gas, and then it kind of goes everywhere because it's gas. You're now on that side.
Where's
And Ozzy's on the other side, like...
Ozzy? You can fly over the top.
So Ozzy, again, not the brightest boy.
Flies through it?
No, what?
Oh.
He like takes his wings out and does like the first buffet, and you notice that all that gas now begins to creep in your general direction. And it's like, you're right, I can. Fwop.
Ozzy, come
Flop.
on.
Stop.
Fwop.
Sin's trying to counter it with her bedroll.
Yeah.
Like, I'll get...
Flop, 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 flop.
Stop, Ozzy.
It just goes upwards like a cloud of dust.
You're not helping.
Ozzy, we'll be right back.
Fine. He goes, he just like fine, like dips his finger in the blue and just...
All right.
So now I'm
Yep.
standing on Sin's shoulder.
Good. Little rascal style. All right. So what's interesting about the red pot is that there is not a liquid in here, but rather there is a series of red hot coals that are inside. So it feels immediately very hot when you like put your head over it, like you're putting your head over an open oven or like a furnace.
Mm.
What do
And
you see?
And they're
Hot
stacked
coal.
pretty high.
Lots of hot coals.
That's it? It's kind of weird.
I think we're supposed to do something with these 3 pots. I don't know what. So
Are you?
Nothing. No, it's like when you play it, it's like there's something going on here. I don't know what it is just yet, but definitely it's here for a fucking reason.
Okay, well, I don't know, like, when you're, like, out in the wilderness and we have to, like, boil water so we don't, like, get sick and die, we, can do, like, hot stone boiling. Maybe we have to put the hot coal in the blue one and it makes, like, a counter mist thing against whatever the hell this green shit is.
yeah, if we put the hot coals in this, like, in the blue one, thinking through that, versus the green one, trying to think through what it would do. The blue one would, like, melt? Like if we
Yeah,
check...
you're not too sure because there is a degree of heat being put at the base of the blue pot. So you're not sure what happens if it does more. But to go with your fireball theory, it could very well be the trigger that summons the fireball. Like, it needs to be hotter. Another possibility is that it becomes less viscous because heat, liquid.
Yeah. And if we put it into the green pot, it would just bubble more?
Hard to say because that one's not like a liquid, it's a gas. On the most, like, what's the worst case scenario in Captios's brain is an explosion, because heat plus oxygen plus whatever this is explode. Though the best case is that it burns it away, like you would burn away something. Same concept without the boom, because you disperse it more. Or you could change the and then the middle one is you change the properties of it in some way, shape, or form, because you change the heat.
Can you is it a vapor that's coming out, or is it a gas, like, of the green pot?
It is gas. This was a thick, oily gas.
Okay.
So it's not like water vapor.
Oily gas.
Yeah. It's not gas holding onto a watery substance. It looks like it is an aerial byproduct of some sort. I'm not completely up on my personal chemistry in real life, but I think it's considered sublimation, from like a solid to a gas.
Okay, got it. Okay, well...
Even Ozzy's like,
Stop eating. Stop. Okay. So.
Maybe we should eat a bunch of it. We don't know. Then Ozzy like just goes and grabs on the blue flame thing and like just starts doing pull-ups to see what's over there. Then down, then up, then down.
All right, let's take the green gas triggered when we showed up in the room.
Correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything at the bottom of these, like submerged at the bottom?
There was on the blue one, but it was on the outside, which is the runes for the bonfire / fireball.
But not like a I don't know, a key or something.
Yeah. No, you don't. From what you can have seen in the blue one, there was no key. You can't see the green one, and you can't see through the coals in the red one. So if there is something at the bottom, you can't perceive it. And you haven't looked into the green one, so if there's one at the bottom of the green one, you have no idea.
Are the coals in a location that, like, if Sin were to pull herself up onto this, she could reach in and grab one?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna get down from Sin's shoulder.
Keep in mind, like, they're pretty high up, so there's a lot of coals, but yeah, she can.
So she's a fire-resistant person.
She is fire-resistant. That is correct.
So I say, Sin, can you do me a favor? And I take out my little ladle of blue. No, I don't have that. It's my beaker of blue. And I say, can you get one of those coals and drop it into this? And I, like, look awkwardly, because I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen either.
Okay, wizard man. I can't reach up there though by myself.
Correct. You're both too short individually.
They're gonna have to.
But can you, like, pull yourself up and, like?
Yeah, Sin's super strong. Like, she could very well like use one hand, like one-handed pull up, because she's that strong, and just like
jump, and grab the ledge and try to pull up.
All right, that's not even making you a test. You've got ridiculous strength, so you pull yourself up with one hand. And it looks amazing. She's just like, wow, that's strength. All right, you see all the coals.
I mean, I'm resistant, don't get me wrong, but, like, it's gonna hurt like a mother, so get that beaker ready. Like, she looks down and I'm like, get it out.
I say, whoa. Actually, hold on, don't go there yet. And I say, wait right here. I'm going to...
I'm, like, hanging on the side. Okay.
No, you can get down. You can get down. Prop down. I'm gonna do the
Ozzy.
I'm gonna prestidigitate myself across again.
Okay.
And then I'm actually gonna on the other side there were like those things to pick up coals, right in the other room.
Yeah, there are things that there is. There are instruments.
So
There's,
I'm gonna
tongs.
bring like another pot, and I'm gonna go. I'm not even gonna like do. Oh my god. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna grab those tongs.
Okay.
So that Sin can use the tongs. Why would I make her grab it with her hand?
That's. You put a bunch of Legos on the table and you see people do with them sometimes. Some people eat them. They're like, that's not what you're supposed to do. There's food coming. There are appetizers. Okay.
So I'm gonna have her actually use the tongs.
Okay.
And I have a new pot, so I'm gonna have her put the coal in the pot.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and roleplay that out. So, Sin, like from in character, what I perceive as your dungeon master in my theater of the mind is that just Captain has the most brilliant idea and just runs off without explaining it. Just he precipitates through the gas and just disappears for a while.
I'm like hanging there for a moment. I'm like, what the fuck? And I just drop down. I'm like waiting, like, what the hell?
Yeah, and while you've got the doop, boop, 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 you'll come back with like tongs and another pot.
A change of plans, or?
No. Use the tongs, and you're gonna put it in this pot.
Okay.
Like I'll be down below. Like what's that? Like trying to and just
like
when
the apple basket.
Yeah, exactly. Let's apple basket this.
So I take the tongs from Captios and I kind of like put them in my mouth.
Okay.
So I can jump up, pull myself up, look over, grab the tongs, and then grab one of the coals.
Okay.
In there, and then I turn and look down and aim it so like I let go and it will fall hopefully in his.
Yeah. That's no test required. So you start fishing out coals. All right.
So you have a couple coals
You have a couple
in this
coals.
pot, and I say,
Right.
and once I got like 3, I'm like saying, all right, stop. We're good. You can jump down now.
Okay.
It's like your first time having fun. And
Yeah. Bobbing for hot coals felt like a furnace. The most fun I've had in a long time, Captain. Let me go get more.
All right, so I jump down and I look at him. All right, what's the plan?
And then I say, take this blue liquid and pour it into this pot. And I'm holding, I put the pot on the ground. I get down, like, now we crouch down on top of this small pot. And I tell her to pour the blue stuff onto the hot coals.
Yeah. Okay, so I just like carefully tilt it and start pouring it over the hot coals.
Okay. You pour the blue liquid over the red coals, and it settles in there, and it's a lot like you do chocolate candy coated shells. Like it pours over and it begins to change shape. It hardens over the coals, and it now has this like almost like glassy, like obsidian look to it, but it's translucent, like it's thin, like almost like a resin or a lacquer over these still red coals. That's what is happening.
There are only so many probably substances in the world that would react like this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something that I would recognize?
You have a photographic memory. Do you have an encyclopedic way of recalling like substance information?
Outside of having, I mean, yeah, I can use the book.
Well, besides, outside the book,
Yeah.
like just pure brain. Like if you've seen it, you'll remember seeing it. Photographic memory.
I mean, my opinion is like, sorry, not my opinion. How I'm thinking about this is at some point in my magical career,
Mm-hmm.
right, in the academy, there would have been situations where it's like, these are like very distinct types of substances that no one else.
Unique criteria, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll Arcana. DC is low.
Okay. And worst case,
Like
I'll use
plus
my
with
1d.
your plus with your plus 8. You'd
Plus
pretty much
11,
have to
actually.
roll like really low. 21 is not really low. Yeah. So you are familiar with the substance. I'm again. I know where I'm at right now. I'm not gonna start making up substance names. You're welcome to give it a substance name. The properties of the substance is unique in that it will take heat and hardening. It's used for creating things like fire resistance potions, because on one side it keeps the heat on one side. But you also recall something very crucial about this too. It's a key ingredient that makes up oozes and slimes. So that likely is a byproduct of an ooze, and it is not like it's a non-sentient version of it. So that like the neutral base of it, kind of like saliva, but not the acid. So you should not combine that with the green stuff, because then you have like corrosive ooze.
Right.
So it reacts very poorly to something that's acidic or basic, but it responds very favorably to heat to insulate it for safe carriage. Like when you need
just
yeah, go ahead.
Just completely from a meme perspective, the fact that Ozzy is eating this and he has a high temperature, what the hell does this mean? Like,
Well, and considering stomachs have what?
Acid, yeah.
Stomach, some of the worst. Pepsin,
Yeah.
It means that at a certain point in time, he's going to have a bad time of combining having, like, bad digestive things and probably, like, explode. So he's, like, got the worst case of Chipotle that's going to happen to him shortly in both directions.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And
Fortunately, he's only had, like I've dipped my
Couple
finger,
tastes.
like those sticks are like biscuits, and you get, like, the chocolate in them, whatever they're called. He's only done, like, that twice. But you should probably stop.
Yeah. Hey Sin, do you mind telling Ozzy not to eat anymore, because he's probably going to get violent diarrhea just from the amount that he's had?
I look at Cavdius for a moment, and then I look back to Ozzy. Yo!
Ozzy's doing like pull-ups on the blue flame thing.
Stop eating the blue stuff, or you're gonna start shitting yourself. And you might die.
He drops. I hear what you're saying. And
Alright, then shit your pants. I don't care. Whatever.
I'm hearing this makes me stronger.
How? Walk me through that thought process, Ozzy.
Okay. Iron stomach. Training starts now.
He's his own creature, Cavdius. I'm sorry.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be fine.
He fortunately is not eating anymore. He's just doing pull-ups on the like getting as swole as possible on the blue flame thing.
Just like don't stand behind him when we're leaving this place. Probably not the best idea.
100%.
But what did you find out? What is this?
So-
what do we?
Basically, it's almost like it's used for a couple different things, right? Like, as you saw, when it got placed on the coal, it hardened, which basically it creates like an insulative barrier against the heat underneath. So you find it a lot in fire resistance potions, but also it's the base of like an ooze, a slime, anything like in a corrosive like anything corrosive. And if we were to combine it with the green, you would probably get a corrosive slime. You get basically the effects of the gas with the consistency of this.
Oh, that's not good. That doesn't sound like a good time at all. What if you did just the blue and the acid without the coal?
Well, that's the bad. You don't want that, right?
At all.
I think so.
That's correct. If you mix
Yeah.
the blue and the green together, what you get is like a corrosive slime ooze.
So what the hell is this for then?
But what happens if you combine this black stuff with the because it's become another substance now,
Yes, it is now. Yeah, it is now an M&M. Hard candy shell, chocolate fire on the inside.
right? Got it.
With the blue again?
Well, because like now we have. Could we somehow close off the top of the pot, right? Like you have this green pot that's emanating gas.
Yeah.
We want to basically seal it off so that no more gas gets out.
Yep.
I broke a lot of doors.
You did break a lot of doors. The Captivus is super smart. That is very viable for a temporary measure because the gas would stop trying to escape. However, pressure would build. So it would definitely be something that wouldn't be permanent. But if you wanted to do something where you wanted to temporarily stop the flow of the gas, that would work. Just not as a long-term plan.
All right, now I need to look at my spell book real quick. I go into my
and
mind
since
palace and I start.
I do know we left last sessions like, I want fun items. I will throw a Buckland special in there because again, Captivus is very smart. If that gas will slowly corrode the candy shell, you basically have portable bombs.
Yeah.
Portable bombs.
You would release the gas, the candy shell, assuming that it erodes the candy shell and then hits the embers in beneath. It would then give a small timer while it's eroding the shell, and then boom.
Interesting.
Yep.
So we don't want to place these coals in the slot in the pot because that's. Remember what I was talking about? Fireball. I knew there was a fireball.
See that? You figured it out.
Yeah.
If we put these coals in the gas, it's going to explode. This place is going to boom. But if we were able to close off the pot, like now, if you notice this pot, right? We have basically hot coals that are not. They're just going to keep their fire because of this alchemical boundary. Gas on top or ooze on top. Close that off. Bang. After a certain period of time, if you can time it just right, which I'm not an alchemist, so we're back to this again. Give me a sec. Does the gas doesn't look like it burns through glass, right?
It's not burning through metal because the pot's
metal.
It's not burning through mineral. It's not burning through the stone.
Got it. I see. Because I'm trying to think like. Go ahead.
Anything in that room that we broke down with all the alchemy stuff in it that could?
Yeah, I'd want something that's metal because I don't want to be carrying around a bunch of ceramic pots.
Right.
But were there any metal pots in there, or was it all ceramic?
You know what? Let me do the DM thing. I'll just do a quick check.
Do a quick roll.
Exactly. Let's see what Fortune says about this. Yes, there were. Most of them were ceramic, but you did spot a few things that had different substance, such as glass and metal. So you have some variety of containers. You even spotted, and this is like a weird D&D-ism, but the type of glass only shatters from the inside, not the outside.
So exactly what you'd want for something like this.
Right. Like there's like a little something inside of it, like old school, I forget what they're called. It was like a B type of glass, like balsam glass, something like that, where if you throw it, hitting the outside doesn't do anything to it. It's when the pin on the inside strikes the inside, it breaks the glass.
Huh.
We'd basically be creating like pressure cooker situations.
Yeah. You'd be creating, if you're getting creative on that end, you'd be creating one that breaks the barrier between the gaseous part and the non-gaseous part, and then that grenade.
Yeah.
And for the ease of like D&D-isms, it means it only really would detonate unless someone actively decides to crush the thing, or if you throw them.
Right. The shard, like the layer in between the coals, that is breakable. Like I could break it right now, and it would shatter.
Let me make sure we're talking, because we're being hypothetical about making effectively medieval grenades. You're talking about the stuff you have right now, or the theoretical thing we're talking about?
The the thing we have right now, we have
the M&M.
coals, the M&M. The shell of the M&M right now, is it possible with enough force that you could break the shell?
Do you like attempt to do that? And who and how? Because the answer to that is anything can be broken.
Yeah. Sin, can you take the tongs and just hit they're metal tongs, so just see if you can just...
Do you use your full force in because you are one strong tiefling?
Well, because like
Easy,
it tells,
Sin.
Yeah,
tells
so,
me, like,
all right.
the objective.
Yeah, so
don't
it's
do that.
Sid's brain.
Yeah.
It's like, so Captios, you get exactly what you asked for. You get full force. You can see she used full force, however, and she just cracks this thing in half. And now you've got like a split geode.
And I'm like, I like step back because there's like hot coals.
Yeah.
Like,
Ask
Sparks-
shall
okay.
receive.
so we can. The point is, Sin, that we could create almost like timed grenades here if we're smart about how we use these different materials. So like coal on the bottom in a glass jar, layer of this thick layer of this stuff, take some of the ooze, another little bit of blue on top after that has cooled, so it's not actually touching what's below, so it's its own layer. And then if you get some of the gas lit on top, you now have ooze that's corroding, and then coals on the bottom. And when the minute it hits those coals, it's gonna...
And what are we gonna use those for?
I don't know, don't you want to blow some shit up?
I mean, yeah, but like I don't want to like also give away.
Blow us up?
Yeah,
Good point.
that too.
One thing to throw out there is that unlike everything you have, this is something that has a timer behind it. So
Yeah, but we could just take the corrosive ooze. Interesting. Corrosive ooze affects metal, right? If we were to combine the blue with the gas, we would get something that could actually affect the metal.
maybe, because right now that gas is not corroding the metal pots.
Right.
You feel that if the chemical reaction does what it does to oozes by themselves absolutely do. So that's something that requires further testing. Like, is it going to change the chemical composition of that gas to also consume metal? Is going to be the question.
Cool. Press the digitate around. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop. You just see me leave against it. I'm not like
just
not
not announcing his intent and just like I got an idea.
I run, and now I have like a metal container, a glass container, a ceramic container.
I was just like, what the hell are we doing?
Bup, 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 bup. And as this like fog is everywhere, I'm basically going to collect like, now I have to think about how I'm going to do this.
Meanwhile, Geek has like donned this like professor uniform with like a hat on. It only sits on really well on one of his horns.
So, Sin, here's my thought. We need to do an experiment. I love experiments. This is like my thing. Well, not my thing. Clemens' thing. I just prefer to like read about the experiments after the fact because it's
okay. I grab him by the side of his face. Calm. Yes. Okay.
Fair enough. Okay.
Pice is like, did someone say calm?
And all of a sudden, I feel a sort of calm come over me. We need to collect some of the what's it called, gas, and I pour a little bit of the blue stuff into each of the containers, and I say, okay, Sid, we need to collect a little bit of the corrosive gas into each of these, and I take the tongs. So it's gonna be glass first. So I have a little bit of the blue in there, tongs, and without touching, I'm gonna try to scoop a little bit of the gas into the blue container.
Okay, so glass container starts with ooze.
Starts with gelatin.
So starts with jelly. Next on top of that is added the coal.
No
Not
coal.
Got it. All right. So you add the viscous jelly, and you go to scoop up some of this, and it does. You scoop it up with the glass, and it changes form. It looks like the sickly green. Oh, now it does look like Nickelodeon slime. It's like this nasty troll green snot. It's got these black smoke ribbons in it.
Yeah.
But it does not eat through the metal. Does not eat through the glass.
So. Okay, so do the same thing with the metal, and I'm gonna put it over the glass because if it does eat through, it's gonna eat through and fall into the glass.
Yes. So you do the same experiment with metal, and you notice that it does begin to corrode the metal like thin, and then eventually drips into the glass container.
I'm gonna do the same thing with ceramic.
You go to the ceramic side, and it does not corrode the ceramic. So it corrodes metal, but not mineral. So in this case, clay. It does not corrode glass, which is silica.
Right. So it's anything that's from a sand or an earthen.
Yeah. It adds metallic to its composition of what it can decompose.
Got it. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna say, okay, guys, so I think we can make here's what I think we need to do. We need to take some of some of the coal and build more of these M&Ms. We need to take some of the ooze and put it in these glass jars, these small glass jars, and we're gonna take them with us because then we can time bomb things later on our own terms. You know? Does that make sense? If we have both of them, you could just mix them together.
And then
out
boom.
of character, have you ever taken baking soda and vinegar and
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like that with a time diffuser. It's and now it's slowly going down.
Yep.
It's doing one of these and just going slowly down.
So yeah, go ahead.
So for the sake of it, we spend the time making coal M&Ms and
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. How many?
How many do we make? It's a good question. How many M&Ms do we want?
Do you want to know how many are in there?
Yeah, let's find out first. Probably won't do all of them, but
Dice gods, what do you say? There are a total of 19 of these big ass these coals in here.
I don't know if I want to be carrying around that many.
Yeah, how big are the coals? This big?
Yeah, they're smaller than fists, so 50% of.
Okay.
You could grab it, you could palm over it.
And how big are the jars?
Well, that number doesn't make any sense anymore because that thing's super tall. The jars, water balloon size, they're pretty sizable to contain them all.
Okay.
So
we only want to keep take
I'll make it easy for you. You're basically, when it's all said and done, it'll look like a pipe bomb. It's about that big.
All right, I'm not going to Google that, but I'm assuming that's about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
PVC piping. Think that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, please do not Google that. Do not Google that. Anyone watching, please do not Google that. You have something that's plumbing based, that's capped on either side.
Fair enough. Take 2 of them. I think 2 is a good number.
Okay. Yeah. We make 2 D&D pipe bombs.
But the
Terms of
M&M
service
is separate.
terminated. Thank you for playing Aurora Adventures. Demolitions included.
We'll break the coals in half so they fit into the smaller jars, and so the ooze goes into the jars, and the M&M things just sit in separate containers. So we'll have to combine them at a later point.
Right. So I'll help out with that process because, again, where my brain is and how much capacity I can do for that much creativity, you will end up with 2, you'll call them just grenades because you've got medieval grenades. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Now we got to get out of here.
Yes. In that time, like 2/3 of that lower area is now a fog bank. Like between all the experiments and the talking and whatnot, the fog machine has taken up 2/3 of the lower floor. So that's approximately 6 feet worth of fog over there.
Given that the way it's fanning, I walk over to here, and through the clouds, I do see a door on the other side, but I imagine it's now covered in this fog.
Right. So you see a door frame, like the top of the frame.
Yeah. So there is a door over there, Sin, but we gotta get over there.
Okay. Can we have Ozzy like fly in and like flap his wings and like push it out of the way?
Let's think about the direction we'd want to push this. And I start doing like mathematical calculations in my head, like the sign of
airflow.
Yeah, he this many newtons is what he's like flapping his wings at.
We need 1.5 Aussies worth of flap.
Because basically, if we can push it all towards down, so if we open that door and have Ozzy push everything out that way, or would that cause air to come in?
Now, I think if we're saying that if you open up a door and give a new place for the gas to escape, what flood in that area and reduce the height, the answer is yes, it would. It really depends on how much space is going to displace. Yeah. You're looking at like 6 feet of it, so.
Got it.
At like a napkin math, like Google Math way of looking at it, it would not shave off more than like a foot. So you'd be still wading up to your like chin in acid fog, bad fog.
But you could like open up the door and then like blow it into there, like force it. I don't know.
I think it's just a small opening is the problem. Like
yeah.
Like it would, like you push stuff in and then air would flow back, and as you push the next amount in, like more of the gas would come back in through the door and like through the top and like through like the way the airflow works, it feels like.
Got like a GLaDOS problem here. Just
so calculating how to seal off the top of the ooze for just 5 minutes, right? We could technically take like what's it called? We need to put something on top, put the coals on top to separate the ooze from the coals, because we don't want to put the coals on the, like that's a bad idea.
Yes. With this amount of gas in the room, that sounds like a horrible idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, Sin, I think we need to. The gas is slowly gonna start coming up here, and it's gonna start filling this container of coals, and that's a bad idea. So I think we need to like close off the top of the coals.
Okay.
But the first thing I do is I take a ceramic pot with a lid, and I say, grab some of the coals first in case we need them, and then let's just pour the blue liquid onto the. I don't know how we're gonna get it over here. God damn it! So many problems.
Ooh. I mean, can we just like snuff out the coals?
Could snuff out the coals.
What if we just go back into that room, break up all the ceramic so we make it into a dust, and then bring it in here and pour it over it?
This is gonna be really loud.
Yeah, that's true. Shit. Well, there's water. Just pour the water in there. It would make steam. Maybe the steam will neutralize the acid or something.
Would the steam neutralize the acid? That's a good question. So
you haven't tested water against the
fair
gas.
Enough.
Nor heated water.
So it's like, oh shit, here we go again. Oh, God.
So I actually leave. I go grab some, grab a little flask of water, and using the tongs, I come back, and it's like Sin has no idea what I'm doing.
Nope.
No idea.
Just runs away. It's like it's a chemistry experiment. Yay!
So now I've come back with like four more glass beakers. One of them's filled with water. The other one is like, you're just like, what the fuck is he doing now? And I'm gonna like take some of the water, put it in a glass beaker, and use the tongs and scoop up some of the gas.
Okay. All right. So it's a little harder to scoop up gas with water versus something like maple syrup. So you lose some water in the process, but the water is denser than the gas, so it sits on top of it, and you can see that it kind of like just doesn't appear to do much to the surface of the water, which is a good thing. Like it's non-reactive to each other. Like oil and water is what you're currently seeing.
But is the gas trying to escape, or is
it just takes it like it's like almost like it's solid. It just treats it like a surface and pushes it upwards. It like displaces its volume, but
So
it does
now-
not mix.
So now I'm like, all right, Sin, stand back, and I'm gonna take one of the coals, drop it in a glass, pour water on.
How are you gonna control that? Yeah.
Oh, I know. So I have this gas with the water, right? Oh,
Yes,
no, I
you
don't wanna
do.
that
You have
either.
gas with the water.
Um,
You're gonna put a coal through the gas first,
exactly.
and then hit the water.
I'm like, all right, Sin, this could be the end of me. If it is, tell everyone that I love them.
Sis just like sitting there like
Just wa-
squatting, like watching him like go through like
Like
these,
the mental gymnastics, like but then, and not.
like absolutely intrigued.
Remember me. Remember you for what? What are you doing?
I'm gonna
be-
try to combine. You had a great idea, Sin. I'm gonna try to combine the water vapor with the gas and see if it almost like takes it and like a cloud. It makes it more condensed so that we can like go around it.
What is the percentage of this backfiring and us dying? Just asking for a friend.
Stand back, Sin. Stand back. I say.
All right, it's your life. It's your life. Back up. Are you sure there's another way we could, not have you maybe die?
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Let's find out how we can do that. That's a good idea.
Can you, I don't know, stand behind the pot and I don't know. Just do it. You'll be fine. Just.
I'm gonna take. Can we use the beakers to like combine them safely? Interesting. Like if we have gas in one and vapor in the other, can we use and they're both like sealed in these two beakers?
Yeah. But I don't think you
Is
have
there
I don't think you have a sealing agent currently, but you could have. There's no reason that you couldn't like turn upside down and then it's sealed because there's the ground. But like you don't have a top or a stopper. Actually, you know what? What am I talking about? Let me see. It's completely reasonable to think that alchemical supplies might have a cork stopper in them, and that you would see that. So let me see if there were.
D&D chemistry, everyone.
Oh God. Yeah, no, a few. So you did find a few of them that have like cork stoppers on top of it, so that you could bottle the gas. Yeah. It probably wouldn't last forever because cork is wood, and wood would corrode. But it would give you some time. You don't need an infinite amount of time.
Right. Okay. We don't have a lot of time, so let's try this. So basically, actually, before even trying it, what would my brain say? Like, this feels like an experiment, but it also feels like you're combining an oily gas with a vapor.
Yes.
What happens in that situation?
So what you'll probably do is create. The first thing that comes to your mind is how like acid rain works. Like, one thing is that it likely will stop being gaseous. So in one hand, whatever is in the air will go from the air to the ground. So that's one positive effect, but it's also going to likely mix with what is in the area. Now, it's mixed in whatever the mixed effect is. But when you do that, they'll likely attach to each other.
Got it.
Like a lot like how rain works. And specifically, I think the best example is like how acid rain works.
So like if we were to do it down below, it would create acid rain down there, but it wouldn't come up here.
Right. Like, it would solve, if the problem is, do you want to reduce the amount of vapor in an area, it would drop it down, for sure. You just don't know what you're left with after it's dropped down. It's like, to what? Puddles of what? Tar? Or is it puddles of water and it neutralizes it? That's the thing you don't know.
Sin, what do you think we should do? Should we just,
I say we just dump the water in the coal pot, make it steam.
and run?
And, like, just try to get to the door. I don't know.
I love this session. I didn't think that 3 pots would be literally this fun. The chemical encounter. It's good.
Is the pot itself hot? Like the
which pot?
the coal pot?
Yes.
Like the metal. Okay.
Yes.
So I don't want you touching it, Sin. Okay. The strategy, I think, is going to be... Okay, the strategy is going to be this. We're going to bring a pot of water with us from around the other side. We're going to pour it in here. Ozzy's going to be on this side, and he's going to flap his wings so the vapor goes in the direction of the blue pot.
Ozzy, who's over there, is like looking at the pot and looking in this direction and looking at the only open escape door behind him. Just nodding.
Because it's going to cause acid rain on this side. God, this is so complicated.
Don't forget to check your OC chat. Like I always got this helping
Yeah,
us
I'm
out.
looking. Yeah, that's good. Bring the coal to the blue rather than the blue to the coal.
Now I need to figure out why it keeps on saying I'm rolling as Pisces. Probably because I have her selected.
Oh, the blue flames.
Good call. Good call.
There we go. Yes, had her selected.
All right, we're gonna take the coals over to the other side.
Okay,
Smart.
the ones that you've collected.
Yeah, so now you see Captios run across again and go, and he comes back dragging a giant ceramic pot with a lid.
Okay.
And I'm like pulling this thing in like a way that you're just like, this pot is as big as like half of our size, right? And I'm like pulling this back, and
I go to help pull this.
yeah, once it gets to this side, I have Sin help me, and I basically say, okay, Sin, we need to put all of the coals in here, and then we're gonna seal it with the lid, the ceramic lid, or the cork, or whatever. I grabbed a ceramic lid, but it has like the cork stuff on the outside, you know, like a yeah. Anyways, and then we're gonna take it to the other side, and then we can experiment on the other side with the pool of water and the coals and everything. So we need to just put all the coals in here first.
I help put all the coals in this random
All right,
container.
so you apple basket those coals over. Sin, when you start getting down to the last few coals in this pot, you notice that there is something at the bottom of the bronze pot.
What is it?
It is a black piece of metal that appears to be key-like in nature, since keys have a very similar circle line teeth.
Okay. I take
fucking
the
kidding me?
tongs. I take the tongs that I've been using for the coals. I reach down and I grab it, pull it up.
All right. You have what appears to be a charcoal-looking key.
Hi, Captius, look what I found.
You dangle it in front of Captios, who's been big braining this thing for like 10 minutes. No, sorry, 30 minutes.
Huh. Wow. Wonder where this goes.
Ozzy's like, it goes in a keyhole, Sin. God.
Yeah, but which door, smartass?
All of them.
I'm just sitting there, just like shaking my head. Like,
She like lets go of the pot and like jumps down and like just pats him on the shoulder. A for effort.
I'm like, well, if you don't mind, I can't drag this giant coal pot over to the other side. So
Okay, yeah.
maybe we should.
I will, I'll hand you the key. For you to look at with your wizardy knowledge self. And then I'll take the pot and start dragging it back out the door.
Okay.
Around the
Assuming
back.
that
And as
you're
we
getting
get to
the
the-
prestidigitation assistance to do
Yeah,
all this.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know. After that key thing, maybe you want to experiment
I'm just
on
like,
Sin's clothing as she goes through. After already knowing how
at this
cursive it
point,
is.
I'm sitting there like, we should do the same thing with this blue substance. There might be something at the bottom. Could be a fireball.
The blue
Could be a key.
substance. Good point. But the blue substance, you can see the bottom of it.
Oh, and there's
Like,
nothing there.
yeah. The coal hat was was it not obtuse, opaque, whereas the blue is translucent. Like it gives things a blue hue, but you could see the bottom of it.
Okay, so now I say, Sin, we need to collect some water from back there, generate steam, and have Ozzy push the steam back that way because there's no coals on that side now, so nothing's gonna blow up if the gases go that way. So like now Ozzy can like push. So we just need to go and grab some steam or some water from the pool back there.
Okay. Yeah. I'll go and
Grab some water.
grab some water, yeah, with some of the pots and
So we just have an array of pots now. At
Yeah,
our
you're
feet.
like hopefully like Link doesn't show up and ruin this whole entire experience.
And so we are going to take, so you have a pot of water, take some of the coals out, put them in the water as they start generating steam. And I'm explaining this, we haven't started doing this yet.
Yeah.
I say, Ozzy, I'm gonna need you to push all of the vapor in that direction. I point towards where the coal pot was.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to push it in that direction.
I was like, okay.
Wait, that just made him sound like the dumb.
Yeah, I need you to pick this up. I need you to find.
if there's an opening, if that works and there's an opening, can you like dimension door down to like see if the key they gave you will open these doors or if it's locked or whatever?
I can, yeah, but like at that point we might as well, like, I don't want to jump into the noxious cloud of gas.
In case you like miss. Well, yeah, but once he like pushes it, wouldn't he be able to?
Yeah, like once we figure out how to push everything and see what happens, we can probably do the same thing with the whole cloud,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's do
So
it.
let's do it.
All right, so
Let's do it.
You have a pot of, you have a vase basically of water, pot of water. You drop your coals into it. The coals generate steam. They remain hot. Ozzy begins to flap his wings, flap, just flaps all day long, right in that general direction. And as he flaps, the gas, the steam goes towards the cloud, does connect with it, and you see it create like slick water, and now it becomes this very neon green looking water. Yeah, so it's very much like almost, what is it, the Disney neon green that looks like this is the sickly color that probably is radioactive, or glow stick green. So glow stick
Got it.
green water, glow stick liquid, basically hits that, it goes to the ground as it connects and begins to run off like water now through the grooves in the tile. And it just, now all the fumes that exist on the top level are gone, and the new fumes are being collected by the steam and then becoming glow stick fuel.
So we just got to do this. Okay. So we've got glow stick fuel, and it's like running along the ground.
Yes, and it's taking up like the grout, like the crevices between the tiles, and that means that generally it's going towards the lower floor. But yeah.
So we can now like take a step forward without smelling the gas.
That's correct.
Which means I'm going to take a glass beaker. I'm going to gather some of that acid rain in a glass beaker with the tongs and see what happens.
Yeah, it stays, the glow stick fuel does go into the glass beaker. It does not erode it. It's not eroding the minerals too, so that's kind of like the double check. It was an eroding stone, it's not going to erode this glass. And it's now you have a glow stick. I mean,
and I'm going to take some of the blue and put it in there.
Okay. So you put the blue within the glow stick, and now it becomes thicker. It does not have a violent reaction. Now you have a totally unique substance that is thick glow stick. Like, you legitimately have a glow stick. Like, if you cork this thing, you've got a glow stick.
I fill it up about halfway, and I cork it.
Yep, and it does not erode the cork, so glow stick.
Perfect.
God, I-O.
Cool. So I make 2 more of them while we're at it.
Okay.
I'm like, fuck it. Let's make a couple more. So now we have 3 glow sticks.
3 glow sticks, two grenades.
And
I can't wait to throw this glow stick at someone.
do the same at the bottom level then?
Yeah. I think that's the right.
When you say the same, what do you mean by the same? Like, steam, bottling it?
The steam thing.
Yeah, you absolutely can. You have to be cautious because there's still the mist behind you that's generating, but I feel as though that you're capable adventurers to not let it creep up on you. So you create enough steam, and the same thing happens. The room is now free of the gas. The bottom floor has like puddle size amounts. It's kind of like when a room gets flooded, because you have to get quite a bit of vapor to do there, and there's not like a huge drainage system down there. But yeah.
Okay.
And to confirm the corrosiveness of this, it did not corrode minerals. It does not corrode metal. It does not corrode wood. I don't think anyone's touched it with their bare skin at this point. But you have boots, and they're made of similar material. So.
Okay.
I realize now, this whole time I've had fog cloud. Could have just. Oh well. I have it prepared.
You had more fun.
Yes.
I will jump down.
Okay, well, it's a 10-foot jump into a giant puddle, so
shit.
Splash! She is now covered from head to toe in radioactive-looking yellow glow stick. It sticks.
Oh no!
She is like with the glowing ones from Fallout at this point. Like, she is just glowing.
I just start prestidigitating straight down on top of her to clean it up. I'm just like boom, 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 and you're just getting zapped, and little by little, it's getting like cleared off your body.
I didn't think that one through.
He's like,
You're just.
Is it doing anything to her?
No, it's just it's like she has like Halloween paint on. Like, and when it's all said and done, and you're done like prestidigitating it all off her, it looks like someone like took like a body paint sprayer with Halloween glow paint, and that's what she looks like right now.
I mean, it's kind of cool.
And then once I realize it's not doing anything, I just stop.
I'm like, right. I mean, like, I don't want to like stand out in the dark.
Your ability to stealth is worse than usual now.
Yeah.
Disadvantage on stealth checks.
Yeah, you basically have like permanent fairy fire on you. It seems like you glow.
Wait, will it never come off? Wait.
We don't know how long it takes to get this off. You didn't test for that.
Captain.
Well,
might
like
have
your
made a
skin is
mistake.
glowing. I'm prestidigitating like the liquid off your body. Your skin though is still glowing.
Like
Is what I'm gathering.
everything is like you're wiping it off effectively with prestidigitation, and instead of having like this thick, like you've got like this thin layer that's like spray paint still attached.
Is this normal, Captio? Am I gonna die? Is this
No
the end?
faster than you were gonna die before. Do you want me to try rubbing some of this blue stuff on you? I have no idea what that's gonna do.
I'm not your test subject. No, it's.
Gig is like mochi balls. Ow.
I don't even see him, but I can hear him.
You can hear him just chewing. Yeah.
I know you're judging me right now.
I
It's not
mean,
funny.
Gig's like, well, I mean, Captius just offered to blue you, so how do you think I'm supposed to react to this?
Just,
Oh, good.
I don't know.
I mean, you could try jumping into the pool of water that we came from and seeing if that helps.
You're also 10 feet down now, so you have to get up.
Well, there's the door.
There is a
you
door to the south. That's right.
There
You
is
can
a
walk through
door.
that.
I'm gonna go look at this door.
Okay, let me give you the door breakdown before you break down the door. It does have a frame. There is a door there. It is made of, wait for this, stone.
Oh, that's
Yes, it is a carved stone door. There is what appears to be no metal on it. Even the hinges seem to be a form of mineral. There is a handle, also stone. There is a keyhole.
new. Runes?
There are no runes.
Okay. I'm
Is
pull on the
rune-
door, see if it's locked.
Go.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Go
I'm
ahead and
fucking
click on it.
die.
I wonder if there's a sound effect. See,
Oh,
try to open the door.
fuck.
It is locked.
There was a sound of. Okay.
Yeah, locked.
Hey, Captios, can I have the key?
That you taunted him with?
Oh, come on! Don't look at me like that, Captios.
Based on
look
based
at
on
me
like
right now.
spatial awareness, this is the door that leads to that other hallway.
This is
Right,
the door
that
that leads to the hallway, yeah. Or at least would connect to the room of the lower where the water basin was. So if you've got level 1, level 2, and you came in on level 2, it appears to be the same way that you entered your entry path, but lower. Like the reverse of.
Right. Okay, so I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna.
Ooh, wait, no. I think I accidentally changed this thing. No, I did. Never mind. I'm on the wrong thing. Carry on.
I'm gonna run back. It's gonna be so stupid. I'm
Where
gonna
the
run
fuck are
back.
you
He just tapped you. Just, can I have the key? Nothing. Silence. And eventually, after hearing crickets, Ozzy says he ran away because you can't see him.
I run back, and in the reagents room, there was a bunch of like obviously like leather stuff, right? There's like so I try to find like a big leather like blanket thing that would have been like something that people held shit together.
Yeah, like tools, like a tool pouch that
Yeah.
they roll. Yeah.
But something that I could like cover myself in too,
Okay.
like that big.
So you're getting like a poncho.
Yeah, because
Like
I don't want to
poncho.
jump into this thing and be radioactive like Sin. I want to like cover myself.
Okay. Yeah, no.
This guy.
You can get you get yourself the equivalent of you make together a hazmat suit
Hazmat.
effectively. It takes a while, like to get it all together, but it's kind of like when you're in the last vault and you had like the what was it, the tinfoil boots.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can cobble together yourself a disposable exterior of a hazmat suit with what exists. Sure.
And I come back and
It
and
takes a
Ozzy's
while,
just sitting there. Ozzy's sitting there just pumping his wings.
No,
keeping
well,
that.
yeah, he's keeping the things together.
And I run back after about 5-10 minutes, and I
I'm
say,
leaning against this door, just like.
Gig is like sitting on the other side, like on the 100-story high rise, just sitting in the end, kicking his feet, just looking down and sitting, just waiting down.
"This is gonna be so dumb." I'm like, as from top, I'm just like, "Sin, catch me."
Catch me.
Oh, Yeah.
Senpai, notice me.
I'll catch you. I'm not.
Oh, you're not gonna catch him? Okay. All right.
You're gonna let me fall 10 feet?
You don't know that.
Oh, that's fair. And I like jump like directly to where she is.
Yeah, she's like hands up. Oh God, I'm slipping. Okay, so you do fall, and you totally do land all over this. Your hazmat suit is covered. Ketios. Yeah. You get. Was it Nickelodeon? This is an episode of Nickelodeon.
Do I splash in more?
Yes, you do.
Yes.
So now she's like just dripping. Her hair has extra drips of like the radioactive water.
I hate this place so much.
And I hand her the key. I'm like, this is what you wanted, right?
Drip.
Snatch it out of his hand and I shove the key into the damn key lock thing. Keyhole.
Okay, it fits.
I turn it. I open the fucking door.
It goes click, and yeah, it absolutely does open. Let me go ahead and fix the ability to have this thing locked. There you go.
And I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Yes, it's a good time for a bio break. I also have to go, so that works out really nicely. We'll be back in 5 minutes after the suspense of opening a door. I'll turn off video, but audio will stay on. And the return. IO in your conversations. I'm gonna go back and read everything that was said. Let's see here. Virgo's relationship was mentioned. That's true. About Virgo and the Ozzy relationship and the mom not mom thing. There will be that clip. Thank you. That's just perfect timing.
Oh wow, yeah, they had like a conversation.
Yeah, it was full on combo. It's consuming to learn. I think all he learned is that don't eat strange substances in a subterranean building.
Maybe he hasn't learned it at all.
No, I don't think he's gonna do anything soon. Like I stand by. Ozzy is Garfield from like ReZero. That's season 2. So when you do get that far in ReZero, it's like it fits.
That makes sense.
They're in a potion puzzle conundrum. True. Time-based tensors disk. Think of Ford. I don't get the tensors disk thing. Other than you could create maybe a tensors disk out of this.
And like carry a bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah, you could use Sensor's Disc to carry a bunch of that. I see it now. Yeah, that makes sense. Bring the coals with a Tensor's Disc. It's true. Don't look at explosions. Doing the control test. The green lets you know it's a bad guy. Well, that means that Sin at this point is the bad guy, because she is as Disney villain green as can be. All right, we open the door. Big notables. It is Disney logic. You open the door. We're back, and again, big, heavy stone door, stone hinges, stone archway. You'll notice that the theme here is stone, not metal, not wood. Keyhole, no runes. The hallway that you look into, you have 15 passive perception, Captios, and you're a smart one here. With 15, you'll notice that this room is meticulously clean. Like, you'd expect, even here, that like the tiles to have some of that dirt to be in like the porous parts, like the grout doesn't exist. You'd expect that the crevice where there is grout to have some sort of like dirt, substance, anything, with the exception of like you watch the green liquid spill in from the outside over to here, which means it was also degrees sealed. It's also going to a very clean area. So the hallway itself definitely gives up vibes of way too clean to be a subterranean hallway.
What's the ceiling look like in this hallway?
It's similar to the ground, like all other ceilings. It's like tiled ground, or masoned, I should say, masoned flooring, masoned walls, stones, wrought brick. It's like it's so smooth. Like, I had to make a big ass building, and the same thing with the ceiling. There's no light sources here. Yeah.
No
very,
weird panels on the ground like last time.
No panels. No crushed rock areas. With the passive perception piece of it, you don't see any noteworthy traps. Captives, with your passive 15, you did hear a click, kind of like a mechanism that like locks the door in place as a stopper. But it could be a trap, but it could also be it's a pretty heavy ass door, so you don't want it to like hurt people. I mean, as much as this dungeon does hurt people. Yeah. So regardless, it's a reinforcement piece at the very least that clicks.
So, at this point, I look up and Ozzy is probably still.
He's just he's up there just fanning the fumes.
And I say, Ozzy, what we basically need now is just grab and from down below I say top the coal one, and like just bring it down with you and come down here. But be careful, don't like splash. You don't want to splash everywhere.
So he tops the coal pot, and he like flaps his wings because he can just fly on down.
Yeah.
So he just flies on down, and water does kind of go everywhere, but actually he definitely makes sure that shit's angled towards both of you on the way down. That seems about the right amount of Ozzy.
Well, I've still got my,
you still have your hazmat raincoat, so it's more to antagonize just since it's kind of like when you're playing in water and someone just takes like splash.
Come on, dude. Really?
He lands down and like only his boots like just have the green in it. It's like didn't splash. He's got the pot.
I drag my hand through the hair and I slap him across the face with my radioactive.
One big ass hand, like just because he's holding the pot. He can't do anything. He can't block you. He's got this big handprint, just one big handprint on his face.
And I say, Sin, can you take the pot from him, please? Here's the thing, we're gonna.
And then he slaps you. It's like here, got whack.
Do you want to die today? Do you want to die today?
And then he's like, oh, you're so cute when you're mad. You just hold your face because you can't use your hands.
What do you want me to do with this pot, Captios?
Put it on the inside of... Here's my thoughts, Sin. We're going to go through this thing. This gas is still going to keep coming out. We need basically a way to push if we need to the gas, to basically remove the gas in the area if we have to come back out this way. So my thought is we grab this pot, we cork the water pot, we bring both of those with us inside of this hallway, and if we ever have to leave again, we can just redo it and push the gas out that way, the vapor that way.
Should we also check the other door just in case you want to go in that direction?
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Okay. Who goes and checks the other door?
Here, take the key and...
Okay, so
I'll put the pot in the hallway for now.
in the inside hallway.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I guess we're both going to check the door before like the gas starts to fully walk.
it's making its way slowly. It wasn't
Yeah.
exactly a fast activity. Mm-hmm.
I'm like, Sin, are you coming with, or you just
If you want me to, I'll walk over. Splish, splash.
like, what if there's someone behind this door and they like attack me?
Then you attack back. God damn, what do you want me to do? I'm not your bodyguard. Man up.
Man up. I was just like right
And
behind
with that-
Cap. It was like this echoes. Man up.
I kind of step back a little bit. I'm like, you got this.
Yeah. Yeah. Ozzy does the same thing. He just. Step back.
You'll be fine.
All right, so I take the key, I insert it into the door.
Okay, well, let me give the door explanation.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Door explanation.
Door
is good call.
explanation. It's got an archway. No runes in the archway. Stone archway. It's a stone door. Stone handle. No keyhole. No runes.
All right, we're going the other way, Sin.
What? You're not
And
gonna
I-
try to open the
I look at her and
door?
I'm like, there's no way to open the door.
There's no
no
keyhole.
keyhole.
There's hinges.
Oh.
There's a
Oh.
handle.
Oh, there's a handle.
There is a
All right,
handle. Yeah.
Well, maybe it's
turn the handle.
Yeah, it's just not locked.
Yeah. So it's
I turn
it's
the
one of
handle?
those big circular ones. It's kind of like a knocker. So you pick it up, pull or push. Do you pull or you push? It's an important question.
Yeah,
Pull. All right. It's heavy.
Which-
How strong? What's Captive's strength
I
again?
pull first.
Oh, you pull first.
8.
Okay. Your attempt to pull
Do you
this
want me to
door
roll
outwards
a strength check?
is. Yeah, let's just see how hilarious this is because it's a stone door. It's pretty heavy.
And the floor's wet with.
The
goo
floor is wet, so
stuff.
you're and it's like not quite oily, but it's definitely not helping traction. Yeah, 10. Nah, you definitely look like you're struggling. Like you go to pull, and you try to put your back into it, and you slide forward. You don't quite fall, but it's just tragically hilarious to watch. It does begin to open. It does pull out.
Okay, so help from the peanut gallery. The last Jacob White place had a similar door. Capios doesn't remember what happened in the... Oh, Capios remembers, but Pock does
Yeah,
not.
Capios' player doesn't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember. What was
I'm just going to ask,
Ask the gallery.
what happened? Asked Capios's brain. Similar hallway, there was a slime.
It's true.
Well, that's fucking awkward.
That's why it was so clean.
And we were just in slime.
Mm-hmm. I think what you're believing is when you got past the trash pile and all like the pink crowbars and then the cool Panger move, you had one that had a catwalk, and below the room was very clean, and that clean room had slime/oozes, and that was clean rooms are a good tell to that there is an ooze nearby.
Got it.
And they're
All
not
right.
sentient creatures; they exist to consume things.
Yeah.
Mr. Clean and gelatin form.
Which would make sense for the other room.
Yeah. And how what you're talking about was like basically saliva of ooze
Yeah.
and how it reacts. It all comes together.
So I go, Sin, actually, can you grab that pot from the other room and not put it in that room?
Yeah, I go back and I remove it.
Okay, you got the hot pot.
And close the door.
Put the pot down and I close the door.
Okay.
There might be an ooze in that room. Is the thing. The fact that it's so immaculate, it means that something's probably consuming everything in that room.
Oh, yeah, that'd be okay.
It could be the stuff from here, but just in case.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull on this door.
And I think, let me see.
With a 10.
Yeah, it closes. With a 10. It continues to look hilarious, but not successful. Like you're trying to open up like this industrial strength door with no footing, and you're not exactly hitting the gym. So
I'll help pull. I'll grab onto that handle as well and pull back.
Okay. So
You just want to grab onto me and just pull.
right,
Yeah!
pull Captios.
I go behind him, like wrap my arm around his waist and like just start pulling him back. While he's just hold on.
God. Ozzy's just watching and taking notes. Like, so this is what man up looks like. You open the door.
I let go of Captios. Good job, Cap.
The first thing you notice is that very similar to the other room, it was sealed so that the water is only now floating in as opposed to was seeping underneath the door. This room, notably, is not as clean, but it quickly turns to the right. Like it's just like the termination point of a hallway of some sort. Where Captios is, as he like leans in from where his token is, you do see steps that go upwards.
I guess we're going up.
Okay. All right. Do you want me to go first?
No.
Oh, okay.
So I am going to. Let's see. Actually, I have to because I used Misty Step once. I have to remove that from my spell. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can like do something crazy here. Okay. I'm not gonna do anything crazy. I'm going to, let's go up the stairs.
Let's go up the stairs. All right. Go ahead and enter that hallway and start moving your token around. Might be getting blocked by the door is open. Yeah. There you go. So what you see is what you see. It is a short set of stairs that start going in an upwards direction to a higher flooring, which, if I remember how I have this set up correctly, that would go up 10 feet. Yes.
Got it. And I look at Sin and I'm like, Sin, you're supposed to follow. I'm not just going by myself.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, you gotta move, fat ass. I can't get through the door.
I am the skinniest person you've ever met, Sin. You just saw.
All right, so stop, pause
Okay,
right here.
pause.
Boom, boom.
Boop. You
see something around the corner. How do you react? There's definitely a creature there.
On the right or the left?
On the right. On the left side, you notice that because the ceilings are still rather high, there's like an alcove opening, like very Assassin's Creed-esque, like someone could like jump from the top and go assassinate you. But it's just an opening, a ledge, one might say. But to the right, you see a creature around the corner.
I turn around and I'm like, Sin, there's something up here.
Well, can we kill it?
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Does it know that we're here?
I mean, maybe if we keep talking, it will.
I'm whispering. I'm whispering.
And she's radioactive, so it's just like glowing in this entire room. And brow, brow, brow.
You're like literally my light source right now, by the way.
Yeah, I wonder if I could actually make you a light source. I'll figure that out.
You're doing what Buck is doing right now, which is like accepting green.
Yeah, with that, yeah.
Yeah.
With the autocorrect that my Logitech's doing, except for green, yeah.
Oh,
Do you want me to like go see what it is? Do you want to go see what it is? Should we just step out and go like?
Captius, look at me right now.
I just used all of my brain function back there in that other room, trying to get us out.
Yeah, is it just, did you see one? Is there just one thing?
I see something.
Yeah, a singular
one.
thing, yeah.
Thing.
I mean, it could kill us.
I said go for it. I said we go for it.
Just like rush it and. I mean, if a glowing thing like myself comes running around a corner with a big, gigantic gray club screaming, I think that's like.
I'm gonna peek my head around the corner.
Okay. Just your head.
Just my head.
Okay. Well, just Captios. Go ahead and do one more because its light is you see what you see. It kind of just gives you the eyes, just stares back at you.
Oh, just go one more forward.
Yeah, you go one more forward.
Oh my god. I turn back and I'm like, it's Gig and Pisces.
I mean, the suggestion still stands. I'm still down with it. I mean, actually, more than ever. We can still do.
And then I step back. I step back around the corner, and I'm like, "Damn it! I should have told you it was like an actual." That was my chance.
Gig's
so
like,
I step out. I'm like,
"You had your chance."
How'd you get there? How'd you get there? How'd you get here so fast? You just apparate in front?
He's like eating one of those now neon green looking mochi balls, gelatin, and who knows, like the equivalent of dumplings. Like, very fast.
All right, Sin. I guess we keep going. And I like.
The stairs, once you're there, they go down 10. So they go up and they go down. Stairs up, stairs down.
And the alcove is on the other side.
Correct. It's where Ozzy is. So the raised ledge that goes into the room to the west, that's like 10 feet up, is over there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we just keep going forward, Sin.
Okay.
Okay.
So different. I understand that there is a door there. This is a very different door. It does have an archway. The archway is stone. However, what is considered a door here is actually plant. It is vines that are tangled across very, very thick, like very fuzzy logs almost, that are, and it's like a scabbed over wound that is a plant that is barring your way. There are no hinges. There is no keyhole. It's more of an obstruction than it is a door.
Does it remind us of like the plant thing from season 9 first?
Photographically, no, it does not remind you of the plant that you went through when you were going towards Ursa Minor. No.
Got
Is
it.
it moving at all?
It is not moving.
No, I want to just hit it. You know, non-violence and all.
Non-violence.
Save Aurora. But what do you think we should do?
Chop it down, maybe?
Why would it be here? I look at it and I say, does it look magical? Like, does it...
It does not look magical, no. It looks very plant-like.
Like literal plant.
Literal plants, yeah.
Like coming through the stonework? Like Jumanji style, like...
Yeah. And in some places it is actually going through the stonework that's in here.
Are there holes to see through it, or is it pretty...
It's dense, yeah.
Maybe it's just like, I don't know, maybe there's like a big-ass tree above ground here or something.
Yeah, I had a pretty good idea. If you've watched the Harry Potter movie, it's very similar to the Devil's Snare that's in the Sorcerer's Stone.
Okay. Do they remind me of the roots of like an Yggdrasil specifically? Okay.
It doesn't really remind you of roots. In fact, if you want to, since you have a couple of inquiries, go ahead and roll nature.
Awkward. The one thing I don't care about.
Right. It's like, where's Clemens when you need him? Oh, he's fighting off hordes of Rathlings.
Yeah, that we left.
14. No, so from plants, this actually reminds you closer to fungus than it does like plants. So a different type. That's why it's throwing you off.
All right, I guess we could hit it.
14. You do know that the big thing that fungus is that they proliferate through spores. Spores that if you hit them, they like moving across the air.
Burn it?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We gotta burn this. But we gotta burn it in a way that, like, burns it, and I point that way, not towards us.
Yeah, the last thing we need is to be, like, hallucinating afterwards. That sounds like a...
And I'm like, yeah, remember when you got that plant thing? What was that plant's name?
I know what you're talking
Demon
about.
plant.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, Shirley.
Shirley.
Oh, I thought you were talking the actual name of the plant. Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Remember when Shirley, like, hypnotized you with her spores?
Ooh.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want one of those things happening.
Yeah. Okay.
Or we could go the other way through this alcove. But, like, it's 10 feet up, and I can't jump 10 feet. If you're curious. I can't jump 5 feet, honestly.
Well, what would take down spore things? How,
Lots of fire.
what about acid?
Yeah. Acid
Lots
works.
of acid.
Lots of acid.
Do you have lots of acid? Good.
I have those. No. I mean, we could get the acid rain and see if that'll do something. But it didn't affect our clothing, right? So chances are it wouldn't affect the plants either.
Correct.
Okay.
Because if leather is skin is organic, it's not affecting it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I check OSC chat. We got some help from the peanut gallery.
Of course. Love it.
Oh yeah, bombs.
Well, I was just gonna firebolt it.
Yeah.
Like, but strafe it so it, like, strafes.
Angling it at a sharp degree angle.
Yeah.
To get maximum, like, a searing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will back up.
I will also back up. Like, literally in between, like, Pisces in front of me and Gig is behind me, because, like, I can't be where they are, and I'm gonna, over Pisces' shoulder, I'm gonna fire a firebolt.
And she's like,
this.
"Oh dear!" As you firebolt over her shoulder. Okay, you start burning this thing with firebolts.
Am I noticing the spores, like, releasing towards us, or
they don't release. Whatever it is, you're definitely burning them. So fire is very, very effective way of not causing problems with the door.
Feeling better, I step out and I start shooting it faster.
All right, so you spend some time burning this door down. It is successful. Fire is effective, and it goes away. And you step in, and you see that
Don't like that.
The room beyond has much more fungus. There is at least the first one you see is a large, almost tree, because the ceilings are rather on the higher side, growing atop with a nice umbrella-like canopy. The ground itself has this soft, almost mossy-like feel to it, and you do actually roll active perception for this.
Yeah. All right, Cap. Use your eyes.
Use your eyes. 22. Yeah. You notice that one of these looks mobile. Is moving. Like, you've got a lot of these mushrooms, things growing out of the ground. The ground itself has the soft moss-like texture to it. It's luminescent, so it's glowing with these nice, like, whites and blues just out of its natural existence. You found like a little cradle of life here, and one of these creatures of the cradle is there moving around.
Is it moving towards us, or just?
This one is. It's not moving fast towards you. It's just kind of like walking, so it's hard to detect against the other like mushroom-like things.
Is it sliding or is it walking?
It is walking. Yeah. So like with feet.
Huh. What, that doesn't look good in there.
Okay. No, it does not look good in there. All right. Should we approach it and say hi? You see that thing moving, and I point to it, and it's like hidden, like in the moss. Like it's almost like you'd have to see grass, like specific blades of grass.
I don't know if that thing is gonna wanna chat. Could be wrong. Shirley talked, but she also tried to kill us.
And there's no door now. It's just an open.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, no time like the present.
Okay. Are you gonna say hi or
Or should I like throw one of the bombs in?
Oh, do that.
But,
I like that plan.
Yeah, this like can't be a good thing, right?
No, it's Jacob White's estate. Training thing. No way.
Yeah.
Just put the damn thing out of its misery. It's ugly anyway.
All right. Combine the. We see either really good or really bad. Are you just moving the creature around in circles? Because I love it. So like, how much time does the corrosive thing have once we combine it, based on like best estimates, like the?
Yeah, it's a pretty decently timed bomb. You about a minute.
Oh.
Okay.
Like it is uniquely that grenade's a unique time bomb as opposed to because one thing your fireball can't do
Yeah.
is not delayed.
Yeah.
So it's very very pro stealth people. That said, it looks like it's pretty strong. You got yourself like the time bomb in all the movies where it's like I've set it to 60 seconds. Run, don't look back. You got one of those.
Does this fungus look like the fungus that was on the door?
Yes.
And the bioluminescence doesn't trigger like what kind of fungus this is. It's just some fungus.
It's just some fungus. Yeah, with your nature roll being at what it was, it doesn't it reminds you most of what you've read about things like the Underdark, which does exist in Aurora, well beneath the surface. But the Underdark is normally home to less than favorable creatures like Mind Flayers, Illithid, Drow. Very few things associated positively with the Underdark.
Cool. All right. I combine the two. I wait about 40 seconds, and then I'm going to toss it into the room.
Okay. So you cook your grenade for a while, and you chuck it on in. Okay. All right. You chuck your cooked nade
And then I
in.
step back.
Yep. And there's just a moment, and then you hear a whoosh, like fire like pushes out through the opening. You hear the crackling of fire.
Oh, hell yeah.
Very similar to Fireball. Yeah.
I look back in, or
Yeah.
peer back in.
Oh yeah, it's that entire room is on fire. In fact, while you're reacting to this, I might just see if I can't, like, create this effect because that's amazing.
We should have made more of these.
Well, now our next issue is like getting in there to explore and not burning ourselves to death.
Yeah, well,
It has to go out eventually, right?
yeah, once all the carbon is
Everything in there is done
is
burning
no longer,
up.
like- yeah.
Here you go. Updated.
I look
light
inside. Holy shit.
There we go.
That's actually kind of cool.
Room is on fire.
How is the smoke coming out of here, or can I see it going out through a different entrance?
It's going on. There's two directions. There's smoke coming out in your area and one going out north. You can, where you are, I believe you can very vaguely see the northern exit.
Do we see that creature still?
Oh no, you don't see anything in that room. It's just fire and smoke.
Oh god.
Like
okay.
you detonated that room. You just literally like fire in the hole.
Here we go. I'm gonna grab one of the 2 fire resistance potions I have and just chug it.
Okay. All right.
I guess we're running.
Through that?
Yeah, how on fire are we talking? Like, is it starting to like flame down, or is it still just roaring?
I mean, as it is right now, let's see. There's plenty of fuel for it to go through, so it's like burning building. You saw plenty of plant for it to burn through, so it'll be at this for a bit.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, behind you, the gas. So in front of you, there's fire.
It's coming.
Behind you, there is flammable gas.
Oh fuck.
I say, Sin, see if you can. Is the gas coming yet, or can you like close the door from where we were?
Yeah. The thing working in your favor is, the very least, it's a 10-foot stairs down, ledge, 10-foot stairs like up. So
Yeah.
it would have to populate up and then go down.
Can I at least go run back down and close the door?
You can.
Is that?
I think you can actually click. If you click there you go. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Got it.
All right. You have closed that connection, and now you're just dealing with.
Which really means that smoke is probably only going straight, although it could go up that cubby hole.
Right. It can.
Okay. Yeah, Sin, I think we would just run for it.
Okay.
Go where the fire's burned already. I'm sure there's like some of it the fire's already kind of burned through. So
There
you don't want to
is.
step on.
It's
Yeah.
a little hard to see it. Like, it is thick smoke. Like, it's burning through. It's not what is it called, like a clean burn where there's like no smoke.
Yeah.
This is just fungus from like underground. This is just weird smoke. Yeah. The lack of oxygen might start being a concern after a while, like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I guess let's go for it. I guess the only option.
And there's smoke going through the top end too, right?
Yeah, there's straight north. So what I'll have you
Beyond
do is pick a direction and how many feet you want to move, and then move it. And then that'll affect like what you're rolling as you run through fire.
Or try to get up the cubbyhole side.
Correct.
Yeah. You want to try doing that? You'd have to go up first and help me up, but we could do that.
You can try. How high up is that?
10 feet.
Can I do like a run, grab,
Can you jump?
pull?
You can. You're going to be running upstairs, and then a little bit, like 10 feet of remaining momentum before you do the running jump. But otherwise, yeah, it's an athletics test.
Okay. I'll do that then and give it a see if I can get up there just to see what's over there.
Sure. Give me an athletics test. Yep. So I'll put you up there. You're able to get to the ledge. You're able to like pull yourself up if you wanted to. What's going on? Oh, because I'm on the wrong thing. It seems very familiar.
Oh. This looks like the room with the shit. What's it called? The pools, the long pools.
Oh, this is the other side of the long pools.
Yeah. I kind of lean over the edge and I tell him like what I'm seeing up here.
Mm.
Remember like where that water elemental tried to kill us?
Yep.
It's like that room. again.
Do you think that? Remember, there was that door early on that like existed that we didn't go through because we took the archway that Roger had found.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pause for just a second. Look how fucking cool
Yeah.
the light coming from that door is. It's
That's
just
cool.
awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like a literal burning building at night.
Literally, like, behind you is the burning orphanage.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
All right, let's do it. And I'm like, toss me some rope. Pull me
Okay.
up.
I go into my backpack, I pull out some rope, and I toss it down.
Okay.
Put my feet on the sides of the cubby hole.
And I grab it.
Yeah. No problem pulling you up. I think there's a way to fix the direction your character goes. I think it's control. I don't know. Alt. Who knows? Oh, it's a shift. Yeah. Shift and then an arrow. But as you do, you can get up there. And Ozzy flaps his wings and he flies up.
And I'm like, shh. Remember. Please. Stay quiet.
Do you remember where that door was? On this side?
Well, photographic memory, you would. It would be north and then
Straight and to the right.
east. Right.
Yeah.
Towards the blue light?
Towards the blue light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go towards the blue light.
I start going that way.
Okay. You're able to go to the light just fine.
Except now we have to get down.
How far of a drop is that?
I have to double check because I keep on fucking up the altitude on this thing. Let's see. That is. When you go down those steps, it's 10-foot drop at the very top. So you're 20 feet up. You go down 10 feet of stairs. Now it's a 10-foot drop.
Shit. Can I, like, tie the rope to the brazier and slide down that way?
You can.
I do
It
that.
seems well anchored into the ground.
I say, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
And then
Use stealth.
If
I
I
like to
put
point
Fall
out that you
Cloud
are
in-
glowing radioactively right now. Don't forget, you're this majestic neon green, blue, yellow color. In fact, I'm probably going to change it so that you actually glow that way. 1 second.
if I use Fall Cloud in the Raging Fire room, will it evaporate all the water, or will it like? Do you know what I'm saying? Like if I use Fall Cloud in the fire room, will it actually stop the fire, or will it just evaporate all the water?
I have to double check Fog Cloud if it actually creates water. For the sake of like moving things forward, I'd say it creates enough to suffocate out fire. If you did it in that room, yeah. That said, I'm going to.
Do you want to do that, Sin? I say. Or do you prefer me to just fall to turn off the fire in that other room?
I mean, if you think the fog will put it out, then yeah.
It'll put out enough. It'll put out enough so that I've never done ASMR before, so hopefully people will enjoy this. It'll put out like enough of it so we can get through.
Yeah, we
I
can
say
give it a try.
whispering.
Yeah.
Whispering too. Whispering. Right.
Okay. So do you want to go back?
Okay, yeah.
Christ!
What?
I'm gonna change the intensity, but 1 second. That's too. There you go. A little bit more than that. It's ridiculous.
Brilliant.
Is what it is. There you go. That's a bit more accurate.
All right, so we're on this ledge now. Oh my god. As you stand next to me, I'm like, Sin, you are so bright. Like,
Shine bright like a diamond.
Well, I don't know how to get this off of me, Captios.
So, how much smoke is in this room now?
Let's see here. It is. You can see it because it rises, coming up and out of this room. Not a lot. Like the equivalent of a campfire's worth, because it's filtering out, going up, going out towards this alcove.
Okay. Okay. Let's go back down real quick. I jump back down.
Okay.
Not jump back down. I go like, doot,
Yeah.
and fall the rest of the way.
Do the parkour drop. All right.
Yeah. Oh, thank God I can start talking normally again.
I do the same and drop down as well.
Okay.
And I approach the fire room. How much has it burned so far?
You haven't been gone horribly. Yeah, you haven't been gone horribly long in the grand scheme of things. So, it's burning. How about this? You can anticipate it burning for probably between 30 minutes to 60 more minutes.
All right, and I look at, and I'm like, do you want me to just put out the fire and keep going this way, or do you want to go back the other way? If we go back the other way now, this is gonna be ridiculous. But,
Yeah. No, let's just go through this one.
all right, fall clouded up.
All right, so you cast fog cloud. In
Sorry, go ahead.
what's the radius on fog cloud?
20 feet.
Let me double check to see how much the room will cover. That would be like this.
Oh yeah.
So if you focus in the center, because smart being that you are, yeah. Yep. So you extinguish the room. Mm-hmm. Fog cloud. It takes a few seconds to clear. There's still smoke. And delete this. Maybe I can't delete it. Who knows? Move you away. You didn't start the fog cloud.
Fantastic.
I'll figure you out later.
Let's use the. Let's go around the corners. Let's not touch any of them. I don't know why I'm still whispering.
I don't know.
So staying along the edge now as it's dispersed, and we're probably looking at just like some burnt shit, some.
Yeah. Now it's just sadly burnt room. Mm-hmm.
And trying to avoid at this edge here, like really tiptoeing around any fungus that might still be alive.
Okay. Understood. Make your way around. There is an open. It's just an opening, not a door, not anything. And the first thing you notice, the Captios on the other side, is that something that looks, holy shit, furnished. There is the next area has this large room that has a huge rug that's covering the floor for some creature comforts. There's a bedroll there, and there is a chest.
Huh.
I love chests. Chests are good.
233.
Captios doesn't know that.
No. Whee! All right. So, next area. And that's and the chest itself does appear open. So it's an opened wooden chest.
Looking at it, does it look like a mimic? Or can you
The
tell from
answer to your
looking at
question is no, even with mimics.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like Dark Souls like, does it have the one thing that makes it a mimic? It looks exactly like a chest. Yeah. An open chest.
This is weird.
This is weird.
I will let you
look
know
in the chest?
that uncovering this mystery will be very difficult now.
Oh no. I look under the bed.
I approach the.
Okay.
Under the bed?
Yeah, it's like, I approach bed!
I don't like flip it over, but I like look underneath it.
Yeah, you look underneath it. Give me an investigation.
Okay.
You do not notice anything. Like you think back to, well, the first is the two. Let's get rolled twice, but yeah, you don't notice anything like bed. Like, what did Alexa do? Like, you just mimic her to comical value. But you do detect nothing.
I look in the chest to see what's there.
Right. So the chest itself is it's not completely empty. It doesn't have like huge nobles. Like, is there a pouch of gold? Is there like a magic weapon? No. What you see mostly is sheafs of paper that are in there. Unwritten paper.
Unwritten paper.
Yeah. The sheafs of it, they're like strewn across. They're not even uniform, right? They're like look as though they've been ripped, or frayed, or just collected, as opposed to like give me a ream of paper to store in this chest. Like someone Gollum scavenged paper and threw it in this chest. That's what's left here.
Got it. I reach in and take some of the paper.
Cool. You have as much paper as you like, up to about 20 sheets.
Yeah, I take
paper.
about 10 sheets of paper. I'm like, I can always use more paper.
Yes. There is no ink, unfortunately. That's the sadness. But there is paper.
Okay.
Fair enough. All right, Sin, we gotta keep going.
Okay. All right, so you go, and again, there's no door. It's just an opening to the adjacent room. There is the closed door. I don't think you inspected this one when you first entered.
No.
No, so it's just a closed stone door on one side. It does have a handle, does have an archway. It is made of stone. It does not have a keyhole.
Does it remind me of the other, like, does this link up spatially with where that tunnel is with the shackles?
Yes.
Okay.
Your photographic memory, like doing like mine cartography, yes, it does.
Okay.
As you continue around, both Sin and Captius, you notice that there is a bunch of shit in that little alcove. Yeah. Like, there are crates, there are weapons, there are shields, there is armor, and it's just strewn out there, and it reminds you a lot of like the trash room from the vault. Like, but a much smaller version of it, just piled, unsorted in this like little nook area.
This is kind of weird.
So, like, thinking about the way this is set up, is it trashed weapons and armor, or is it like just where you would grab your stuff before you start moving through the tests?
Right. So from where you say, if you start thinking about that and placing things geographically, if you entered from where you did, assuming that was a planned activity, not what you guys did, you don't think so? Because you'd have already encountered problems that required force. Or could have required force.
Got it.
Don't think we need to use any of
So
this
the
for anything.
start of this could have been... No, I think you're right. There's one more place I don't think we had gone, and it's when we first entered the archway, making a right rather than making a left. I don't think we ever went that way. It's the other side of the like the wind.
Well, we need to go up, and we just did like a big thing.
Yeah.
Right?
So if you think of like the design like a heart, right? So we went in this way, and we came down, and we came around, and so we've done the right side of this, but we haven't done the left side. We haven't gone and seen what's on the left side. The other option is to just go up the stairs. I want to see if there's a way to get out of here without having to go through the second floor.
Okay.
Right? That's fundamentally what I'm trying to do. I don't want to like be here longer than I need to. And I look around like this place sucks.
Since it has been a second, I will refresh that the main room you came in has a much, much higher ceiling than the rest that you've been through. Like, if the ceiling here tops at about 40 feet, that one tops it closer to like 200.
Meaning that's missing that second floor on that side.
In the center where you guys entered in the portal. Like, that goes up, like, about 200 feet. The ceilings that you've had, because there's some elevation variance, at the highest is, like, 40, and then you, like, go up 10. But then there's...
Yeah. Do you think we could just...
The problem is you don't know what's up there because you have limited vision. Like, it eventually becomes dark.
Well, good thing I'm radioactive.
Captain also has the light spell. Yeah, you're extra. You're like a firefly at this point. Would not believe your eyes if sin was a firefly.
I hate you.
Just give her flight. As she flies up there. She fills the open air and is raging everywhere.
I hate you so much.
I mean, do you want to fly up there, Sin?
Well, I mean, there's no entrance up there, though. Right? It's just like a ceiling.
That you're aware of. Like, you can gauge that it's at that high. Like, your vision doesn't quite pertain details when you're looking at that much darkness.
Yeah. And then even if I could, like, how are we gonna get everybody else up there?
Well, Ozzy can fly.
Oh yeah, shit, that's right.
I can fly.
Yeah.
We can all fly, fundamentally. And I don't think Pisces and Gig have had a problem going anywhere at this point.
True.
Yeah, Mom and Dad are here to help.
Yeah,
Ozzy.
I mean, if you think it'd be beneficial to have somebody fly up there.
Ozzy, do you want to check what's up there, or do you want to take the stairs up? Like, I think we should just...
As you say this, Ozzy is just, like, in this pile of junk. Like, putting on a Viking hat and that doesn't fit, and swinging around a mace that breaks at the hilt as he hits something else with it. And he's like, turns around, looks at you. What?
Do you want to fly up around and like check things out for us?
You mean like Roger did? He kind of gives you like
like
the squinty eyes.
Well, yeah, but like you aren't scared and you're not gonna die.
Still sounds like bitch work.
You want to like carry me with you and like I can like light the place up?
So Ozzy looks at Sin, is like, goes and grabs Sin, and like lifts her up his legs, like, and looks at, God, this is not getting well. Like lifts her up a little off the ground, and then looks at her, it's like, you're too heavy. Just drops her.
I grab him by his ankles.
What? You do the Hulk? Like worth it.
Or we need to figure. We need to do something. We need to do something.
All right, I guess I'll fly up there. Cool.
I was like, I'll fly up there with you. God, why don't we just all go?
All right. Yeah. Okay. Everybody fly. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right. Well, so can you describe this door again?
Yeah. Stone frame, stone door, no keyhole, stone circular handle, no reinforcement, no runes. Heavy door though.
On the other side, I can't remember if it had runes or not because we did look at it.
The one on the west side had runes.
But this one didn't.
Did not.
I go to open it.
Yeah, you guys looked at it and then went away from it.
Yeah.
You guys like you surveyed the area and decided to go after the person who ran away from the party and was scouting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
So yeah, it's heavy. Give me a strength check. You fortunately have footing, but it's heavy door.
Fantastic.
Can I help him pull it open?
Yeah, if you
Can
help
we just
him,
say
then
that Sin grabs my waist again and then
yes, then it
pull-
opens.
Yes.
Go ahead and click it open. There you go, and you see the room, the hallway with all the manacles. Yep.
Staying along the wall. Shuffle across.
Shuffling across. Shuffle.
I imagine Gig is just getting caught by manacle. Keeps walking.
Yeah, just phases through it. It's like whatever.
Did I pass the? No, it's here.
Yeah.
Is this still open?
Yes.
This door? Yes. All right.
Oh, interesting. If I try to move creatures against a wall, it just doesn't let me. That's cool. That's good. Although
All
I
right.
think that means I lost like Gig or. No, he's here. He's just being a jerk.
I say, Sin, do you want to not rage and fly?
Ideally, because then I don't want to get like tired.
All right. I'm gonna use
Why?
a 4th level spell slot and make both of us fly.
Oh shit.
I believe I can fly.
Don't let me lose concentration.
Don't lose concentration or you will
Got it.
die. You'll be falling from high up there. 20d6 is nothing good.
Ooh.
That is 2,200 feet of falling.
I mean, I can time it with a Misty Step, but can you...
Bugs Buddy it. I'm almost the ground.
Oh my god.
Okay.
All right. We start flying up.
All right. So you're gonna go theater of mind for a moment because there's no way to accurately depict what a vertical ascent looks like. So. The ground itself begins to give way from these gigantic pools as you're looking down. These pillars go all the way up until they get capped. And you realize the water is going out and over, almost like these are straws, pulling water up and down, circulating the water that goes, who knows how deep, because we never explored the water itself. As you ascend this huge room, it does go up, as the DM said, about 200 feet. So if you're thinking if a floor is like 40 feet, maybe 10 foot of stone, and continue, if there was a second floor to this, you're going higher and higher up, which should hopefully get you out of wherever subterranean layer that you are at. Your vision is still limited to what your eyes can see, which is top 60 feet out, plus whatever people are glowing. Give, Captius, give me a perception check.
Thank you, Sin, for your
No problem.
glowing disposition.
9. Yeah, so you hit the top. You have like the Willy Wonka effect, where you've effectively floated to the top of this area, and you see the ceiling. The ceiling is also stone. You've reached the top of this giant room.
Should we fly around the edge of it and like see if
Yeah.
there's a door?
If you want to cover the left side, I'll check the right.
How long does
side.
fly last?
10 minutes.
Okay, keep that in mind.
How long has the descent?
The ascent has
Ascent.
taken, at this point, we'll say, for suspense, you've consumed a minute to get where you are. You have 9 minutes remaining.
Okay. So I'm gonna fly around the right side of this. See if there's any kind of opening.
Yes. Go ahead and give me a perception check. 12. And I'm assuming that Captios is taking the opposite side?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a perception
And then joining back in the middle.
Yes. So both of you are taking a side of this room and looking for anything that leaps at you.
Did you want me to make one also?
Yeah, because we're doing it for like
Okay.
the faces of the room. So right now I've
Got
got
it.
the west side and the east side are being checked. 12 and 12. All right. So you fly along that area.
Hold on. I want to see if I have what's it called?
Inspiration.
Yeah. I don't know if I do. I don't even know where that's would be located. Oh no, I do not. Okay. Cool.
Yep. So with two 12s, you don't notice an exit. There definitely is one up here. Just like you get the feeling there is, because you feel things like there's fresher air up there, like there's a breeze up there. There's something going on that is an exit up here. You don't see one.
Which way's the wind? blowing.
The wind, with that perception and you being cognizant to your time, can't determine it. You can slow down and investigate. Checking each wall, we'll say, is going to take you about a minute to comb each face.
Okay.
So now you're at
Cool.
at the 2 of 10.
Can I, on my side of the wall, run my hands along to see if there's like an illusion?
Yes, that's considered an
Basic?
investigation. That's part of it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I actively choose to like feel that this is not a wall. You're investigating for like secret doors, traps, looking for like the source of air. That all kind of get clumps together with I'm investigating. So
Okay.
I'll say investigation is a slower activity. You can investigate half of a wall within a minute. So you've got an eastern and a western.
So I'll do the eastern wall, 2 minutes of the eastern wall.
Take 2 minutes and simultaneously, yeah. So you'll be at 4 of 10. So give
4
me
of 10.
two checks on Captios and 2 checks from Sin.
All right. And I might use one of my 1d20, 1d12, so.
Got it. So it's a those are solid rolls.
2 checks.
2 checks.
Yeah. Nice.
All right. Good news. So you're at 4 of 10. Captius, you do find it. You see a source where you feel that air is coming in a lot stronger from a vacuum. It is not a large stretch. It is a 10-foot wide area, and you also notice that there are runes. And when you start really looking at it, you notice that there is different with the way the masonry is set up, almost like it's framing an area that's 10 foot wide, 10 foot tall, like a 10 by 10 facet of the wall. It is not an illusion. You put your hand on it, does not go straight through. You do notice that the runes of magic, so something must open this up magically.
What language are the runes in?
What language would they be in? Let me do this. They would be in Celestial. They'd be in Celestial. He just comes down like, surprise! WTF, what are you doing down here in my basement?
I call over to Sin. I'm like, Sin, over here.
I fly over.
Okay.
And
Group reconvenes.
given that I literally learned Celestial from reading all those books of Jacob's, I, in my mind, thank Jacob, not out loud because that would be terrible, for his books. And I read the Celestial and try to understand what the runes are saying to do.
So you catch out some key words from all this. It is wind, water, ice, stone, and cathedral. Oh, bridge.
What?
Water, ice, stone, cathedral, bridge.
All right, wind, water, ice, stone, cathedral, bridge. It's like fucking Captain Planet over here.
Heart!
Ice.
Not this shit again, Buck. God damn it.
Sky beans! We found them. You're high up. Just dope.
All right, so we need wind, water, ice, stone, cathedral, bridge. Oh, this is really fucking
Is it
awkward.
like a
We're gonna be sitting here
name?
for a quick second.
Is it like a name of a location? Is there a place that's like?
And that's the order they came in: wind, water, ice, stone, cathedral, bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I need to get a
Yes,
pen.
in that order. Mm-hmm.
Stone Cathedral.
Based off of the way they are, the DM hint is that they relate to activation keys, as opposed to like proper areas or a wordplay effect. Like the way that they are inscribed around are kind of like saying, "Put your left foot in, put your left foot out, put your left foot in," and ask what city that this came from. Like just it's that's the sequence.
Got it. So the first thing I do is I blow on the stone.
With your lungs like natural, like,
yeah.
Doesn't do anything.
I ask Ozzy to do a quick. Ozzy, can you flap your wings at this thing real quick?
He's like, he flaps, something happens.
Nothing happens?
Yes.
Oh, what the hell? Wind, water, ice, stone.
Like, I think if you have wind, water, and ice on the stone at the same time, it creates a bridge to the cathedral.
Where are we gonna get ice from? Yeah.
It's a good question.
Meanwhile, Gig decides to be very helpful, and he makes sure that there is a clock with like little hands that denote how much time your spell has left in it.
Fuck.
Fantastic. Once we have 2 minutes left in, we gotta go back down. Stone. Water, ice. These words as an activation, do I relate these words to Virgo in any way? Given that
that's the
these
language
are in
of
Celestial.
And no, you do not.
Okay.
You think that Celestial is just the type of magic source used, like divine magic. Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Shit, I don't know.
Ugh. All right. What other questions can we ask? As a Captios-like mind.
Peanut Gallery, help us collaborate. You do know, as a Captios, that magic reacts generally with magic, as opposed to mundane things, so that things don't accidentally trigger.
Right. Got it. So I'm going to use prestidigitation to blow some wind at the.
Yes. When you do that, you hear a howling beneath your feet, like a couple hundred feet beneath you. You hear a howling of wind when you cast that towards the door.
And do the runes change at all?
Yeah, they definitely become more active. Mm-hmm. Now it's even obvious to anyone who's looking at this that the runes are active. Like you've put energy into the circuit.
Got it.
I mean, I'm not a wizard. I can't do that.
Yeah, well, I can only do so much. Let's see. Water, ice. The ice one is going to be the interesting one. Water, ice.
Where do we get ice from? Have we seen any ice around while we were walking around? I don't think so.
From where you've walked? No.
No.
But could it be something other than sorry, I was typing. I, 'cause, I, 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 I can use like fog cloud again to create water, right? But the question then becomes, how do we create ice?
Ice.
And be careful that you don't cast any concentration spells.
Right. That would be bad.
It's like, I got it! Ah!
Stone is just like... How does this work? Hold on. Stone, I could create a magic weapon out of like a brick or something.
That tracks. Magic imbued earth.
But cathedral and bridge are the weird ones. Do they seem to line up with the rest of them? Like, they're also on the, like, if this were to be like a panel of inputs, do cathedral and bridge are inputs or outputs?
Outputs.
And stone is an input also.
Yes.
Okay. So the only one we're missing is ice.
So on that, we're basically syntax. So talking syntax. Wind, water, and ice, pure inputs. One would say that stone is a processing library, it's going to call, and the output is cathedral.
So we directed out the stone and...
Get to the cathedral, right.
Got it. The water elemental below,
Yes.
is there a way to coax a water elemental into... Like, I'm thinking there's a ton of water below.
And it's been a while, so remember things your characters do know. They're attracted by sound. That's why you're whispering.
Right.
So coaxing a water elemental, which is a being of water, magical water.
Huh. Did it drop an orb or anything like that? I can't remember.
It did dissipate, but I believe you poured it out, and it is considered magical water, like it is a reagent of types.
Can I, since you can create I can chill a cubic foot of non-living material for 1 hour.
Yeah.
Does that, with prestidigitation, will that
Yes.
chill? Okay.
Yeah, that would be considered magical imbued water.
Concentration, though?
I think it's for prestidigitation, isn't it?
It's prestidigitation, so it's not. And I can
understood.
hold on to 3 of them active at a time.
Okay.
And it doesn't look like it's concentration at all.
Yeah, it's not like 8. It's just you can only have 3 of them up.
Cool. So I'm literally going to do a burst of wind. I'm gonna... How much time do we have?
You have, let's see, you have 5 minutes left.
5 minutes.
You're at the halfway mark.
I say, Sin, go back down, scoop up some water.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, scoop up some water and bring it back up here. But do it quietly. See if you can do that.
I dive.
Roll
down.
stealth. Radioactive sin.
Oh, yeah, whoops. Well then.
All right. So, Sin, you absolutely grab the water. You hear like a gurgling behind you, like as you fly away.
I look down below
Alright.
me. Is it coming after me or just gurgling?
It feels like it's like and it's thinking about striking you like a snake. Like it's considering it.
Okay.
You've got the stalker effect, like someone who's like doing the sniper. It's like I'm lining up the shot to murder you, but it hasn't attacked yet. As you're flying away,
I'm gonna do like back up, kind of like
Serpentine?
scattered. Yeah, just kind of all over the place.
okay. So I mean, Captius would see like literal firefly effects in here, just. Whee!
I got it, but I pissed it off, so you may want to hurry.
All right, let's do this quick. I'm literally going to, all at the same time, burst of wind, throw the water and
Uh-huh.
chill it, and then also shoot water with prestidigitation all at the same time.
Okay.
this
So when
wall.
you do this, the wind like activates. You hear the same whirling. At that point, the elemental does start coming
Yeah.
towards you guys. You chill it. With water hits it, and you notice that it goes down as though there was an invisible platform that begins to form, and it goes out like ice towards the center. And it does like the Iceman thing where it goes out and begins to spiral down and begins to connect. And when it does this, it appears the stone in front of you, while this water elemental is getting closer and closer, begins to brick back and start opening up a corridor in front.
Let's go.
Right.
Go.
Come on in.
Go.
All right. So everyone piles on in through this opening up top as the water elemental gets closer and gets does the Star Wars thing where it gets its head in and then the door shuts and it's like its head.
Nice.
It's water. And there's a set of stairs that are going up about 10 feet, and the air here feels more natural, like you're closer to
Is
the
water
surface.
elemental water like different than regular water?
Yes.
I'm gonna scoop some up.
All right. You
into
have a
little
bottle
bucket.
of we'll call it elemental water.
Does it wash off my glowiness?
From where it splashes on the ground, it does. Yeah. So like your boots are clean.
You just gonna start rolling in the.
Yeah.
Just
Get this shit off me.
okay. I'll take the glowy effect off of you.
I'm all wet. Shake like a
I'm like-
dog.
Yes, and you literally looked like a dog in a puddle just now.
Yeah, well, you know what? Would you rather me be glowing and give us
No,
away?
I wouldn't. Good call.
Good call.
Good call, Sin.
Okay.
God, prestidigitation is like the most
OP.
powerful cantrip.
Prestidigitation
One of them.
and I think like shape earth. Like there's a lot of really good uses out of it. People tend to like overlook that or mending, but it has a lot of creative applications. If you have
Yeah.
a DM willing to be creative with you, yeah. Keep in mind it's still a level 0 spell, so there's things you can't do.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So it's not a lot of stairs.
Let's
And you'll notice that the stairs here are very comfortable, like they're carpeted.
Okay.
Like feet
Huh.
that touch these stairs are meant to be pampered.
Okay.
I take my shoes off.
It's comfortable, yeah. If you take your shoes off, it's
Sin, you've got to feel this.
so soft.
I'm
Oh,
not-
Evan.
Yeah.
I'm not taking my shoes off.
It's like that carpet when they have like the 10 inches or whatever, that thick padding, like almost like yeah, it's soft. And since you've been walking on like hard stone flooring for so long, guys, it's fine.
Why? What? Why? This is weird. I don't like it. I don't like this at
Well, it's a
all.
cathedral, right? That's
Well-
the point. This is a cathedral.
I'm not taking my shoes off.
Ozzy's like, thank God.
Does he still have the art, the glowy?
He
on his
does.
face?
Yeah.
I don't even say anything. Let's go.
He's completely forgotten about it.
I put my
You
shoes
can't
back
see his
on
face.
and
All right.
And we start.
You ascend up. All right. So the room that you walk into was as though you went into where religious, like what ceremony. So like there's that what is it? That altar area. There's tables. Think Sistine Chapel, right? So you walk in from where the ceremonies are conducted by like priests. So you're coming in from the other side of things. So you walk up, make a little turn to the right, and you're there. Almost like you're willing to give a speech to a standing audience. There's not pews in this place. There are very nice high stained glass type ceiling, and you automatically notice, Captios, the light here is not natural. Like that is not sunlight peering through those windows. But it's very nice here. And at the far end of this carpeted standing area, there is just one person standing there in the far distance, and she is captivating. So she is tall, well-dressed, blonde hair. She seems like she exuberates the idea we expect like a queen to look like on the far end of this cathedral.
Because Pisces was also captivating.
Yes, Pisces was very captivating. But her presence, the difference between the two of them, now that you have like a side-by-side comparison, is that Pisces is captivating in a very maternal way. This person is very captivating in a royal way, like commanding.
Huh.
Like you would compare.
I whisper
Yeah.
Virgo.
Go ahead.
I whisper Virgo.
Oh.
Like leaves my lips. I'm like, I look at Pisces. I'm like, is that your sister?
Pisces looks down. Is like, yeah, yes, that is. And she's just like waiting there, at the end, not taking a moment to step forward, as though she expects you to come to her.
I look at Pisces again. I go, does she expect us to go to her?
But Pisces looks skeptical. Yes.
Oh, all right. This is gonna go well. I already hate her.
I like hold Panger close.
What are we even gonna say to her, Captios?
I'm not sure yet, but we've winged it so far, so we're not dead yet. So.
Okay. All right. Yep. Well, let's go talk to.
Oz is like, I don't like her. And they have a history. Big history.
Right.
Oh shit, that's right. Yeah. Oh god, I forgot that. Like a bad?
Yeah.
The way Ozzy describes it, bad. But I mean, have you Ozzy described anything as good?
Yeah. That's true. Okay.
Basically, mom and dad after his mom died, right?
Yeah. It's like how much like he likes stepmom.
Okay.
So Ozzy's just like burning gaze at Virgo, like, no, you're gonna come to me. Like, so he actually goes to the pew, whatever. Like, I am the preacher of this cathedral, and he's just like standing there, wings out, like gonna like having this alpha competition with Virgo. It gives a very like dark cathedral look because demon or devil wings out. Yeah.
Good
This
start.
just reminds me of like if you've seen The Office, where like Steve Carell is like trying to negotiate.
You speak first,
and he has like exactly.
Yeah, the person who speaks first is like, well, now that you've spoken first. Like, no, you spoke. I'm letting you know that I'm waiting for you to speak first. Like, well, now that you've spoken first. Like, no.
So do we just wait here, or do we go to her? Because I think she can live a lot longer than we can, and she's willing to just wait.
I take a step down. I start walking.
Okay.
I like puff my 5'8" chest out, and I like stride along, like try to make myself look taller than I actually am.
And I was just like, we're doing this because we choose to. We choose to refuse to approach first.
Ozzy, shut up.
I do not reflect that statement. And he's got the big handprint, mind you.
We approach.
Yep, Gig and Ozzy stays back because he's just adamant about it. But Pisces and Gig approaches with you, and Virgo is there, and you get about 50 feet, like good audience distance, and she just says, "Stop." The question is, do you?
Do you really want to get closer, Sin? Because if you really want to, Virgo's thing is like enchantment, right?
What do you mean? That, like...
She can't fault you for if you truly want to get closer. I'm getting closer. But I don't know what's going to happen. I'm trying to think through this.
Last time you ran across the Zodiac, like, toe to toe was Ares, and it killed most of the survivors.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to piss it off.
Yeah, so I stop.
Okay.
I just am quiet.
Stop.
Whoever speaks first.
Stop. When you stop, it says kneel.
Damn. And there's a lot going on in my brain very fast that Pal can't do, but he's basically trying to weigh out all the scenarios. Right?
Oh, yeah.
If he doesn't kneel, what's most likely going to happen? If he does kneel, what's most likely going to happen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's rough.
Oh my god. Oh, this is not good.
I'm waiting to see what Sin does. Because whatever Sin, I'm not going to kneel, and if Sin's standing, I'm fucked anyways. So.
Right, you're taking Sin's lead.
Oh my god.
Yo, clip it.
Clip it, yeah! 3:15. The face palms, head and hands continue.
You could also just refuse and walk away.
Yep. Lots of things you can do. She has told you to kneel.
Yeah, but then you're gonna be left here.
I don't know, man.
Cause Oz, like, she's not going after Ozzy. Ozzy's didn't do anything.
Ozzy's in the back, wings outfurled, being the Dark Lord of the cathedral back there, far away from everybody else.
Oh, I don't know what to. Oh god, this goes against every part of my being.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't fucking do it. I can't. No, I can't. There's no way. Fuck.
Okay.
Dude, there's no way. I just don't. I can't see her doing it.
Okay.
I mean, I'll step back.
You'll step back.
Yeah. But
So
I
she
won't
says,
kneel.
just stop, just kneel, and your response to that is you step back.
I don't kneel to anyone.
She takes a step forward. Sure you do.
No. Sorry, no disrespect, but I don't know you. I ain't kneeling to you.
Then, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Fuck. Wisdom saving. Where are my saving throws? What?
It should be in your sheet. And that's not a helpful way of saying what to click.
I don't.
So it should be.
Oh wait, you just click it and it. Oh, saving throw. Okay, I don't remember now. I got it.
Yeah. Good. 19.
Oh, 19.
So your body is spinned around to face Gig, but you do not kneel.
Bitch.
Oh, she spins you around to basically say you've kneeled to Gig before?
Yeah. It's like, there's no need to lie. I can see directly into your heart. Looks to Captios. You'll say anything that you think I want to hear to get out of this. Looks to Sin. And you want to hold on to this concept of being independent. In the background you hear, and you're a bitch!
And that makes you different from us. How? Because you're working with Jacob White, who's going to kill all of humanity? Just walk me through that one, Virgo.
So and you're turned around, so you're like just flailing from behind, and she looks to Captios.
And I to ask her, did Paulo kneel in front of you?
Of course he did. Why don't you follow his example?
Can Celestials lie? I actually don't know. No?
They should be able to lie. They have no need to tell a lie.
Right. So I see that as her telling the truth.
You see that as her telling the truth.
He physically kneeled in front of you? Because if he did, I have no problem doing the same.
He did.
Okay.
Okay. You kneel.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still forced facing the other way, right?
Facing Gig, yeah.
Yeah.
Gig looks at Sin.
I look back.
What's your play here, Sin? What you want? What you want to do? What you want? What you really, really want?
Well, you know why we're here.
To leave?
No, dumbass. The whole Zodiac thing, you know, that we've been talking about since you've been hanging around with us for...
Oh, yeah. And he's like, you can tell he doesn't know what you're talking about. He's like, he just thought he's somewhere else. So
I'm not gonna just spill the plan and, like, dude. I'm not kneeling to her, so that's not happening.
Oh, I'm not suggesting you kneel to her. She's stretching the truth anyway.
I turn, I'm like, what do you mean she's stretching the truth?
What does that mean?
Pisces looks to Captios. He did in a form of humility as the speaker, because Virgo is very, and looks to Virgo, arrogant. She's like, let's not resort to name calling, sister.
I look at Virgo and I say, I'm doing this because Paulo did it.
I know. And you're setting yourself as a great example to follow in his footsteps. He would be very proud.
Bad fucking bitch. Just rubbing it in.
Rubbing it in. Yeah. I have no doubt that you will be pulled to destiny to such similar footsteps as the man who literally saved the world. I see nothing but great things in your future.
And
Captios Bahama. And she's not lying. Like,
but
her words.
yeah, but like at the same time, she's sided with Jacob, so it's like the antithesis of what Paula would have strived for.
Yeah. So you're kneeling, and everyone's having a conversation. Yeah, Sin's still facing Gig, and then Gig leans in to Sin and says, "Do you want to kill this bitch?"
Kind of. Yeah. But wait before you but we need her, so...
Why do we need her?
Because we need this fucking Zodiac, so, like, I don't know, we all don't die.
Okay. Leans back. Just summons a chair, hops on it, takes a seat.
I know what he's doing, god damn it!
Ozzy's like far in the distance still. So what are we gonna do? Do. Just
Captios.
do nothing. Forever.
Shut up, Ozzy!
Even though I'm like not the most charismatic guy, I
Yeah.
know how long most people need to kneel in front of someone else
Yeah.
before it just becomes like, all right,
It's when can I get up? Yeah.
yeah. When can like from a most if I were to be in front of the royal family.
Yeah. Like when you're permitted, unfortunately, is the right answer. They would give you you're allowed to rise. Anything else is saying, why are you to presume to say that you could rise? Because it's the difference of fealty. So you're not in that scenario. You're not allowed to rise until they let you, which is very humbling. Which is also why they make that gesture. So now that Gig has hopped on a chair, and Pisces is being Pisces, and everyone's being everyone.
I say, can we speak now and treaty?
No. And she looks to Sin in the back of her head.
I hear a response, and my hand just like grips away. It's like even tighter, just out of pure frustration. Like,
I will permit you to speak on terms of convincing your associate to provide proper dues, reverence, and humility to their betters.
Why do you care? I ask Virga. If you know you're better.
It's so that you know that I'm better.
but you're not. Sin says with her back facing Virgo.
You're still just back facing.
Yeah.
Like you.
It's like, fucking bitch.
Looks to Captios, and we cannot have a civil conversation with such undue hostilities.
I look at Sin. I say, Sin, it's up to you. We have a goal here. If you think we can achieve that goal with you not kneeling, that's fine. All good. We keep moving. We keep it moving. But otherwise,
You should listen to your smarter, stronger friend, Sin Thatcher.
damn. I'm now just.
You may notice. Oh, she's pulling. I was like, you may notice that you are all alone in the silly thought that you are somehow better in the situation. You are tiny, insignificant, stubborn, and it would just all be over so much quicker if you do as you're told.
Holy shit! I can't. And I'm being controlled for. I can't move. Can I?
No, you were just turned around. You don't have to kneel. If you want to, like the equivalent, like break free, you can attempt to do so. You haven't, to my knowledge, tried to, but she did spin you around like a rag doll. But you were able to resist her forcing you to your knees.
Shit. After that one. Oh fuck! I don't know what to do. I know what she would do, but I don't want to die. Fuck. I'm having like a processing issue right now.
Blue screen of death. Murr, Colonel Air. Murr, purple screen of death.
Fucking Christ! I don't want to like do it, be stupid and get Captios hurt.
No, I look at Virgo and I say, so why don't just us speak?
Because we have an incomplete audience. Of course, if it is your wise wishes as the successor to Paolo to remove this, then by all means, take that into your own hands. And then you notice that she did also not say, that you could get up from kneeling to do so.
Oh, as in like
You'd have
from
to,
this position.
You would have to find a way, to fix Sin.
Right.
Yeah.
Captios, I am like
Someone
so
just roll.
close.
Roll what?
No?
No, there was an old. I heard something. I thought. No, I'm looking at my spell book because I'm tempted to stand, and if she tries to make me kneel, I want to know that I have something in my back pocket. I'm like, I look at Sin again and I say, Sin. In 10 seconds, I'm going to stand up and we're going to face whatever fate it is together, unless you kneel. 9. I'll give you more time than that
out of character time, yeah.
Fuck! Oh god, I hate you so much, Buck. I hate you.
My role as a dungeon master. As much hate as possible.
I don't. Oh my god. I don't know what to do. I'm actually genuinely stuck here. I'm having a moral issue with my character. I gotta make a decision.
So, to help along that, Gig is looking at Sin, who's like just stuck and frustrated, and he takes his hands like this. He creates a string.
Oh, that's not helping though.
Yeah, what was that string about? I don't remember, but I remember the string.
It's a common theme between Sin and Gig, that she's constantly feeling like she's being manipulated like a marionette.
I thought it was like you've got a tiny string of hope.
That's the second one. That the idea that it's not all strings are bad, and his string reference for Captios is sometimes there's just one single string. It's not a rope. It's not a lifeline, and that if that's all you have, then you'll use that to climb to wherever you need to be, which is how he sees Captios. That he uses that thread to climb against all odds, and for Sin, he sees that thread as she's a marionette and she has to cut her strings. So it means different things to different people.
I'm like trying not to start crying. I'm literally crumpling inside. Oh god. Oh my god, kind of want to like die or get Captios killed.
Out of character, if you were to just be like, Gig, I'll give you my soul if you kill Virgo, would he do it? I'm just curious.
He would, out of character. Like it's the idea of like he was trying to incense earlier with the idea of like how the power of deals go with how much consent you give. Like ones that are subconscious consent, like I wish to not starve to death, but I can't actually say the words. Like how you make deals in those cases have a lot less backing.
Got it.
Almost as though Gig's giving you like a pro bono.
Going to try to resist it and turn around to face her.
Okay.
Can I... Does raging... No, that's just... Is that any saving throws?
If you frenzy, keep in mind you have to do damage. So you have to either take damage or deal damage. If you frenzy, you feel confident that you would break free from control.
Frenzy rage! I'll do it! Fuck.
Alexa's gonna come back and be like, what the fuck? Where'd everyone go?
Okay. So you frenzy and attack her.
Attack a chair.
Has to be. No, I won't allow that. Not in this moment. You won't get off that easy.
If you need to, just
It's take or receive damage, right?
Yes.
Can I do it to myself?
Describe how you are going to do this. You're going to frenzy and do what to yourself?
I don't know, like, so I don't attack her. I'm just fuck.
You're like a frothing mess, and your first my warrior-esque instinct is to like self-harm. Don't self-harm. If you're thinking of self-harming, seek out friends, family, or professionals.
100%.
No, you're right. That doesn't make
Are you
any
talking
fun.
like the Sasuke moment with Orochimaru where he like stabs himself to get out of the?
Yeah.
It's how you break confusion. But this is like your berserker rage, and your first thought is like, if I punch myself, I can rage more.
True, that's dumb. Okay, so I get seeing the string is what set her off the most because she's stuck between her friend who's kneeling, whose life could possibly be in her hands again, Virgo who's being extremely arrogant towards her, and then you have Gig on the other side. That's a bad triangle from hell right there. So she just fucking snaps. She loses it. She goes fucking full frenzy mode, and then she's gonna spin and just. If I'm with Gig, can I do the fire thing, the line of fire towards her?
I think it would be more thematically just attack her if you're gonna do that.
Okay, yeah.
Because I have an idea of how this is gonna thread together if you decide to attack her.
Okay.
And it does not kill your character, just so that you're a little bit of coast feels.
I mean, if it is, but
yeah. Well, you're already committed to it. The question is, what kind of attack are you doing?
I mean, if I could do that thematically, then, or just like a regular attack.
All right, so you.
I'm sorry.
As I see her doing that, I just sigh.
Yeah. Well, I'll do this from Captios' perspective for starters.
Great, perfect.
And I'll switch over. So Captios, you're like doing the kneeling thing, and like whatever you do, I'll support it in 10 seconds. And I just imagine that Sin's like giving this conflicted, I don't want to solace the situation to like Gig, and Gig has the thread, and that's like the final moment. And Sin grabs like Wraith and frenzies, and powers up. Spins on her heel, covers the gap, does that jumping leap. And from Captos' perspective, she jumps up and she attacks with Wraith. And Virgo just takes one step backwards, and Sin like attacks the ground, and that's it. Like she just lands there. Like she attacked something on the ground, but then that's like she's just on the ground with Wraith. Sin's perspective. Sin, you see red. You're like, you're not going to let anyone tell you what to do. You charge forward. Everything gets a little bit hazier. Like the first time you went crazy in the Avernus Battle Royale. And you jump up and you hear the snapping and cracking of bone and sinew as you connect with Virgo. And then you're not so sure it was Virgo. And you're still seeing red from being frenzied, and you smell brimstone, and you feel the charcoal earth of Avernus. You feel the heat of magma, and you're still getting your breathing as though you've been fighting for a lot longer. And the ground, you see what is left of Alexa's crackled form. As you are in the Royale, and you are the victor, and devils are cheering in the background. So you are in a completely different mind space right now. Physically, where Captius is she's just on the ground, like Virgo just like...
Oh, and she's like laid out.
She's just like, on the ground, like just like...
Got it.
Shit.
So you're trapped in your own mind at the moment. You're believing in an alternative reality where you won the Royale and killed Alexa.
In this moment, can I cast casting Intellect Fortress do anything? So basically, mechanically, for the duration, you or one willing creature you see within range has resistance to psychic damage, as well as advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws.
Mm-hmm.
But like thematically, could it snap her out of it, or she's just gone? Because
it will provide her. She has a trial to go through that would provide some help, but you're also to concentrate it for an hour, like its concentration ability.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind.
I also don't know what's happened to her.
No,
like,
for all you know, she did power word kill and just killed her.
Yeah.
Like all you saw was that she went to attack and Virgo stepped back to not be like where the attack would land, and as opposed to like landing on your feet, preparing for a second attack, she just lands and
crumbles.
Yeah, and then Virgo. Well, first, how does Captius react to that? Because that was a very heated 5 seconds of aggression.
I scream, "Sin!
Sin! Snake!"
And I look up at Virgo. I'm like, is she dead?
No.
So I say, is she safe?
Yes. And then she leans in. Is there any other questions you would like to presume to ask me? You can tell that she's getting a little irritated.
No.
She leans back. For the safety of your friend, I've permitted you to ask those questions. In the future, you may only ask questions when I say you can. Are we understood?
Yes.
Fantastic. And then now says, it's like, you may rise.
So I stand up
And
I put my hand, like, in at ease, basically.
Mm-hmm.
In an at ease position.
Virgo, like, just steps around Sin. And she summons a small table with tea, biscuits, and 2 chairs. She motions to one of the chairs for Captius. Sit.
I go sit.
Okay. Me on background, like, just Sin's, like... And Virgo sits. And when you are this close to her, it is... Enchanting is not even the correct word. Like, imagine, like, almost in the presence of Palo. But Palo is, like, praising you for, like, an award. Like, you're overwhelmed with this sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this is good. Like, dopamine high, the whole 9.
Yeah.
And being this close is very, almost like chemically toxic and inundated. And she sits. Let's talk about your future, Captius.
Let's.
Okay. You want to be like Palo. I would like to see you be like Palo. Do you know what the most important thing Palo did for us? And she looks to like Pisces and back.
From what I understand, he saved your sister.
Oh, absolutely. He was a prime servant to us. I would like to see you do the same thing. You could replace Jacob.
Oh,
And then he sees you perk up, and it's like, I thought that might interest you.
fucking bitch. What does that entail?
All the things that you already want to do. You want to remove Jacob from power. You want to assume the power to do the right things. You want to create a world where people can make choices for themselves, be it as, and looks back to Sin, misguided or aggressive. However, fair. To ascend by the merit of their own hands and minds. I'd like to see that too. Noble goals, as you are a noble person.
I'm just listening
Yeah.
at this point.
And she asks, would you like to do this, Captios?
I do, but I want us to do it on our own terms. I don't want it to be because of the benevolence of you all, right? Like, I don't want to continue to be a hamster in a wheel.
I understand that. She says, she takes her tea and she drinks some. It's like, I truly do. How can one grab destiny with their own two hands when their hands have been granted by others? Doesn't seem fair to me. Here's what I propose. She points to the tea that she's also drinking.
Yeah.
It makes sure it's not like, oh, this is poison tea. But she's like drinking, it's like, I will give you my power. It will no longer be mine to wield. And with it, you can do great things. And when you are done accomplishing what you have accomplished with it, you can do whatever you want with it. No person creates great things without being aware of their surroundings. One cannot forge a sword without metal taken from the earth.
Yo, something seems mad off about this in my mind.
Oh, yeah. But the problem is, like, every second you sit with her, it's like being head petted by Paolo. It's the worst.
Yeah.
It's like you are on a chemical high right now.
Yeah. And, like, in the back of my brain, it's like there's something, like, snap out of it. Like, there's something...
Yeah, there's a voice in the back of your head that's just getting quieter and quieter, being like, remember where you are, who you're talking to, what she can do. Don't do it.
Aren't you on Jacob's side, though? From what I understand, you want what he wants. You think he's the best person for the job.
And then she reaches out and puts like a hand over like Captios's. Soft hands, velvet, the whole nine. It's like, because he was the best at the time, and now you're here. You are the one that can save us. But I cannot force you to do that to save us. Will you be the one that saves us, Captios?
I look at Panger. Like, what is...
Like, Panger is, it's interesting. When you look at Panger, he is calm. Out of character, he is not calm.
Right.
Like,
what's interesting is
he's like lapping up like tea in a saucer for himself.
But like in my mind, am I processing like because Panger is also like associated with me, he's my familiar, so I should be able to understand that he's not like he's not.
It's part of that voice of dissonance. Like there's this kernel that something is wrong, and for where Sin is right now, like she is also in a similar state where she's in an alternate reality. She knows something's off, but she's processing a different journey.
Yeah. I look at Virgo and I say, because it's not logical. Like, if for a man driven by logic, this moment just isn't logical.
Yeah. So as you start struggling, she starts talking more. It's like, I know that this sounds confusing. Let me provide more information for you.
Let's do it.
Let's do this. Jacob White is a mortal. He's a mortal who has pledged his life in service to me to accomplish goals of meritocracy and harmony. His current actions betray our pact. Not enough to break it without someone else to replace it and do better. And here you are, my last hope.
Oh my God. Because, like, I know out of character how it, I know what if it wasn't enchanted, like what Captios would do, right? Because he would sense the illogic, like it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the logical, like there's something else not here, but someone who's embodying enchantment.
Yeah. I'm trying to think like, am I like, now I'm sitting there for a second, I'm like, am I in a dream also that like similar to how Sin is in a dream?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's like out of character. Like this is just asleep for all, but it's worth thinking. Like is he just dreaming all this and he's still kneeling in character?
Right. That's what like, because the dissonance as it's getting softer is still like.
Oh yeah, it's back there in the background.
So out of character, the fundamental problem I'm facing is like, Paulo would have said no. He wouldn't have taken that deal, in my opinion.
I mean, in Captios's opinion, like it depends. Like out of character, Paulo was selfless. That's also a character flaw he had. So if it meant harmony and like kneeling, because he did do that, or making promises that he would burden himself with for the greater good, he would do that too. Therein lies like the sort of like candy coated truth, where he wouldn't go so far as he didn't have control to do the right thing. But Virgo's also not telling you to lose control yet.
But like, that is what a Celestial does. The Celestial loses control. They don't have an option at some point. Mm-hmm. And like, Captios does know that because he's heard Paulo and Gig speak. Mm-hmm. He knows
the way that they talk, right?
The way that they talk, and like, one closes doors, one opens doors. Mm-hmm. And like, that's what the real dissonance thing is in his head, is like, it's first off, it's that. And then secondly, like, as he's sitting here, and yes, he's being enchanted, but like, there's also this element of harmony and meritocracy is not at all what the Celestials give a shit about. Mm-hmm. Like, what they care about is like stewarding Aurora so it doesn't fuck up the rest of the world.
I think so their definition of harmony and meritocracy is very subjective.
Exactly. And like,
so is some of that going through in character with his?
Yes.
So
yeah. So
I mean, because she like there's like reading. I wouldn't say your mind, but like
hard.
Like the things that drive him is effectively what she's reading, and she's like, she looks at him and is like, I understand. Like, that is why we need someone like you or Jacob. We are so disconnected from different creatures that without someone like you, how could we possibly hope to understand the worth of their merit? We need someone who's closer to them. Without that, you can see what my misguided brothers and sisters are doing. Someone must be the shepherd.
Which of your brothers and sisters are misguided?
She speaks like Leo, for starters, and Aries. Leo, and then this all tracks with like things that Captios does know. Leo is currently running a crusade against Freeport to purge all life. That does not leave life to be merited to the best version of their actions. It is no actions. It is absolute control. The only merits that they could hope to accomplish and be guided through it, that is won by Leo's leadership. Or Ares, who would see an eternity of using these vessels for war. It is unfortunate, but without knowing the right path from the perspective of those living on this continent, can you truly blame them? I mean, you can't truly blame them.
What are you not telling me? What happens when I take this, if I were to take the power?
She's like, I am not knowledge. I do not see the future. But what I do know is that you take this and you take my power to your own, and you will always be ahead of your enemy, for you will know what they value.
Fucking it, this. She knows exactly what to say. Yeah, she knows exactly what drives him, right?
Yeah. With all of your natural talent and this one, I have no doubt that you could succeed with where Paulo has left us as he protects us now, but not here. You can see that you've been chosen. I am simply attempting to honor those wishes. He is like, just give me your ego! Stroke!
In character, obviously the dissonance is getting weaker, but
yeah. Her goal, just out of character, her goal is to keep you talking with her long enough that you have no resistance. Like, and it's not clear because she's trying to keep you on your mental and verbal guard with what she's saying, enough that you don't realize that you're in the pod.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And like again, everything Cap knows about enchantment and like her job. He knows this, but he also like no one like strokes his right. Like no one's really stroked his ego.
Yeah.
So it's like
except for except for like Paolo.
Right.
Oh.
Damn. Like, I know how obviously the problem here is, right, I know how I want to play this. I want to get out of this.
Mm-hmm.
But I know how Cap would play this at this moment, which is like it's like the Achilles, or it's like the fool's, the wings too close to the sun sort of thing.
The Icarus story.
Yeah.
I will say that there is such a story that exists where both outcomes are fun.
Yeah, 100. I'm sure, 100%. But like thinking through what this would mean, right? Because he does understand what this would mean, right? What would this mean logically? Like he doesn't have choice to do what, right?
She's currently not saying that.
Saying.
In fact, she's saying that you are the will. You are the will. Like in fact, you're the one with choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's offering you power because she's acknowledging that the Zodiacs are not the ones that should be the one of the will with power, and that's what Paolo was. Is effectively she's saying. She's asking you to be Paolo.
And I guess one more thing is basically like, what does she get out of it? He's trying to figure that out.
Like what's her end game?
Yeah. It's not to live happily ever after with Jacob, because once she's no longer has power, Jacob doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. So one way you could argue it is that she can't do her job as it is, and she can't do her job while she's still tethered to Jacob. That's what you said earlier.
Right.
Like, she's basically saying, if my whole entire job is I'm a miner and they close all the mines because we moved over like from coal to nuclear, it's like, yeah, it's not like nominal, but I think that you are the boon for the industry.
Yeah. So, and again, out of character. I know we're at 7, so I want to keep this out of character. If Jacob, if she gives her power to me, is Jacob tethered to me now, or is he like, what happens?
The way that happens is that means you'd weaken Jacob. Like Jacob no longer has access to Virgo's power, and it still has not been clarified like what exactly Virgo adds to that. If you're thinking of taking down Jacob by a series of 1,000 cuts, this is a major cut.
Yeah. And like it is, like it because she wouldn't lie about any of it. Like she's not allowed.
She's not lying.
She's just not telling me something.
Yeah.
That like is critical. I look at her and I say, I'll do it on one condition. And that is the book of Paula that I have now. I want you to send it to Clemens.
She thinks about that for a moment, like, and she clarifies and says, your book? And she motions like the book that you have.
One person with both that knowledge and the power of Virgo is too powerful.
And she says, just like Paolo.
Oh my God.
Just like I'd be honored to do that as with what little I have left when I give you my power.
This is like one of those fucking Genie Jafar situations. I feel like this is a Jafar situation.
It's a very Jafar situation, yeah. And with the way genies work, that's pretty fair to point, yeah.
But that means that the book would be tethered to me. If someone got a hold of the Book of Virgo, who has the Book of Virgo right now? I ask her.
She says, let's see here, who does have it? Jacob currently has it.
Yo, that dissonance just got so much fucking louder.
Mm-hmm.
Because...
And then when she hears the dissonance, it's like, and it becomes useless once you accept.
And what becomes my book?
Out of character. Are you talking about the Book of Virgo or the Book of Captius' book?
Like, what becomes the equivalent of the Book of Virgo?
So I was like, oh, by making this, it becomes useless because when we make this pact, you get the Book of Virgo.
Oh my god, I'm trying to.
The distance and thing gets sin smacked. It's like, but he's got the book that becomes Ash.
But also, like, Gig is with us. Like, can Gig travel with me now? Can I just be like, Gig, get the fuck out of here?
You can. I mean, you can ask that. I mean, he can like see into your motivations.
It's
like,
not a motivation. I'm just curious. Like, Pisces, I guess, is traveling with Gig.
Yeah. Hasn't stopped. There's no precedent saying that Celestials can't travel with Gig.
This will be fun if I say yes, right? Like, we can make this
Oh
fun.
yeah, neither of those.
Okay.
Anything that you've done when you went to Virgo work was going to end your character. It's just like it's the pivot point of what happens.
Can I still travel with Sin and Ozzy and etc.?
Of course. In fact, you'd be a positive influence with my powers to make sure that they leave the best version of their lives.
Oh my god. Because now we're just sitting. There's just like dead silence as I'm sitting there.
Yep, and she's just hand on yours, like just soothing it because she's not Pisces, like she's just not emotion,
right.
But she does know how to stroke people's egos, and she's drinking tea.
In character, I mean, it's like it's a yes at this. Like, okay, what is what is your version of harmony? What is your version of what is meritocracy?
Meritocracy?
Yeah.
She shakes her head and says, flawed enough to know that we need kind, strong, wise people to guide that. To not follow the sins of Leo.
Out of character, does that mean that like everyone has a different version of what harmony and meritocracy is?
Mm-hmm. Because the only thing that she's a master of is enchantment. So like you take other concepts and they could almost be infantile of their concepts of what they are. She could only be saying these things and saying, I'm not lying, but at the same time, like, this is what I believe meritocracy is. It's very confusing considering if she establishes what drives people, then it kind of flavors the value of what merit is.
Right. It's like achieving your goals is merit.
Yeah, but I get to assign what your goals are.
Oh my god.
But now you're the person that assigns who the goals are based off this deal.
Yeah.
Like, don't kill people. Done. Thank you, Captius.
Do I lose Panger if we take this deal?
No, you do not lose Panger. She says, Panger will remain with you.
It's like it's one of those like
John Wick moments. Do I keep my new dog?
it's like a flare, right? If
Yeah.
she were to say yes, then that throws everything off. Does that mean something's going on?
Yeah, well, she says you get to keep Panger, and she does say yes.
Yeah.
Like, Panger's a part of you. This wouldn't take anything away from you. She goes back to the sword now. It's like, getting a sword from the earth doesn't mean you have to abandon your family or your shield or the knowledge that you have.
Just watch Aya's on Twitch.
Yeah, I wouldn't steal your floof. Yeah. She's like, yeah, I'm going to take Panger away from you. And it's like, well, you're evil!
Well, Pisces might take Panger. Pisces might be like, fuck you, take
Yeah,
Panger.
and she's not lying, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, so she motions to
This
the
is fucking
tea.
awkward.
Yep. And they have, she drinks tea. I guess the ritual involves drinking tea together. All right. You drink you drink your tea. She drinks tea. Nothing appears to truly change. except for as that voice in the back of your head is like rattling against a wall, you start to understand motivations more. Like, and to be clear, in character, your head's on the table, like you've passed out. So you're in an alternate world now where you've accepted Virgo's power. And
Okay.
so neither of you in character can see Jack for just a second, because Virgo is standing up and like addressing Pisces and Ozzy. And we'll shift between the two for just a moment, because you're now in alternative versions of your own making, like an escapism. Let me switch over to Sin for just a moment, because Sin, you've crushed Alexa, and you're victorious, and you're coming off of your rage. So we'll outro with this, because it's going to set up like how we're proceeding post Virgo, and it's going to introduce back Alexa next session. So you've killed this version of Alexa. How is Sin feeling? Imagine she's going through a maelstrom. She does still remember attacking Virgo, but in her rage, it's very much getting burned away.
Like the memory?
Yeah, like it was all some delusion from being superpowered by Gig. Because you didn't remember anything that you were doing when you were in that rage state, so it's still like picking up that, only all that happened like you were dreaming.
So I kind of fall backwards and like see Alexa beaten to death, basically crushed, and like she's just like, no, and she's like scurrying like away from her body, like no, what no, that wasn't me, I didn't know, there's no way, no, and she's like just freaking the fuck out actually.
So you start scurrying away. And in your state, it would be difficult for you to determine that you're scurrying towards lava, because that's how that Avernus battle was working. And you feel it's like something around your wrist as you scurry, and like you're just freaking out, and it's white strands of hair as you're pulled to the side, and you're just like I'd say like an addict that's freaking out, and like you're rolled to your side while you're freaking out, like just bloody, and like Solus is holding you like still by your shoulders, like you're having a reaction. It's like, Sin, calm down.
Just like, no, I'm like, because I don't know what the fuck is going on, so I'm like trying to push her away as well.
Yeah, and she's pushing back. The two of you are just fighting on the ground, getting charcoal dirty in the Avernus dirt.
What the fuck? I try with like all my strength to like shove her away. I'm like, no, I'm gonna kill you too.
You shove her away, and like just more of the strands are just wrapping around you, like your legs and your arms, until eventually like you're just cocooned around her, and like you're just like face to face. She's like, your face, mind you. I'm not going anywhere, Sin. We're gonna figure this out. That's the outro for Sin, which we'll go to next session. The outro for Captios, after drinking tea, is you start feeling all these motivations, and you feel as though you have a good idea of how to get ahead of Jacob. So there's not a net loss, because the fabrication that they're building upon has to be built on something that's true, given how smart Captios is. And I'll cover that a little bit more in Discord, because this is like a flood of knowledge. So he's gonna, regardless of that, he's netting a lot of positive, because he has to have a realistic level of information given to him from Virgo, even in the state. But he feels a hand on Captios's shoulder and says, Captios, and it's Alexa's voice, let's get the hell out of here.
Damn.
Oh my
So
God.
you got 2 spies doing a spy mission next session, and 2 tieflings doing an Avernus mission next session. I'll close down to say that there is one more, but it's not affecting either of the PCs, is that Ozzy has a similar one, but it's gonna end up being with Luna, and I'll probably just write that one out if I get a chance to write. But we're gonna go at close session. We're a little past 7 Eastern. We'll go to after talk. Alexa will be present next session, so we're all back together. We'll call it the BBEG fight with Virgo, very different than the others in that you're going through effectively like a mind maze of your own making to get out of it, and that's how you encounter and deal with her. I'm gonna close stream. Not gonna close stream. I'm going to go to Discord. I'm gonna close down the frickin' Zoom. I'll see you guys at Discord. Bye.
Okay.
Do 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 ba do do boop boop ba do do boo do boo boo do boop boop boo do boop. It's a brief Chatterbee. It's the briefest Chatterbee, son.
What?
It's just the two of us. Do 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 boop boop boo. I don't know if because we ran a little late, if Cap has to go, but we'll kick off. So. Sin, what was your favorite moment?
Oh God!
Everything's fine.
Just standing there and trying to figure out what I was going to do in that moment. The absolute just mind fuck that it was. Like, what am I going to do?
Abject terror, yeah.
Oh God. I just really just like that scene in my head because you have Virgo behind her talking shit. Captio is like kneeling next to her, and her knowing like whatever decision that she's gonna make is going to, like, it could kill him, and that would be another one of her friends' blood on her hands.
Mm.
And then you have Gig being Gig in front of her, and it's like, well, if I kneel, then I let Gig down.
Mm-hmm.
But if I stand, then Cowdius might die.
Yep.
It was just like this weird, like, I don't know. Oh, God. Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah, the
In the
tough
end,
choice. Yeah.
Congratulations, you made me cry 2 times now. Back to back sessions. Jeez. Yeah. No, I like that entire scene with Virgo. That was really cool.
Yeah, she's a bean, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to think really as a DM. I had to think really hard about how to manifest her powers. Because they're all masters of their domain, and I took a lot of the way I envisioned my theater of the mind was very Cersei Lannister.
Ah, I could see it. Yeah. Definitely.
Because if she's being honeyed to you, it's just playing a game of some sort. But she also can't lie, so it's an interesting line to toe.
Yeah.
The Virgos that made you cry. Well, I mean, those are the tears that fuel DM hit points. Thank you. 2 bath bombs of Phoenix Down. All right. Mm-hmm. Captain, what was your favorite moment or moments? Oh, he's a beard. Oh,
No, I'm here. Favorite moment? Probably. I mean, I think a couple. One was when we threw the. It seems so long ago, but when we threw the bomb on the fungus.
Yeah.
Blew the whole thing up.
You just destroyed that man's home.
Yeah. I was going to describe
Living
him as Baymax, is what he kind of looked like when you got closer, but you basically blew up Baymax.
Oh my god.
I was looking at that, I'm like, he's not attacking you guys. Like, you could probably at least like try to approach before you decide to like throw a bomb at him. Like, have the bomb in case you need to throw a bomb.
Right.
But maybe approach him first. You guys are like, bomb now. I'm like, all right.
I mean,
so
I can't hate on it. It definitely effectively solved that.
It is
entire
very
area.
effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just like, bye.
sometimes force is the only way.
Yes. I will. While you're doing that, I'll give this little tab go to info for myconoids, which is a good basis to understand what that thing was.
Got it.
I'll throw it in off topic for funsies. What a myconoid is.
And then the other one was probably, I think when Ozzy just didn't approach. Like when Ozzy was like, I'm not going to approach. I mean, obviously the Captios and Virgo thing was cool, but like, I don't know, it was cool to see. I think that the whole thing up till when actually Sin attacked was like, so there's so much suspense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like,
Oh, that was stressful.
it's like you're playing verbal chess with
Yep.
someone who's like globally ranked, and you know you're doing that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it anyway.
I gotta. It's like, doesn't matter. Let's gambit this thing.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, definitely that. I think those were probably my favorite moments. I'm not a huge. I don't know what the implications are even of us being in mind palaces and then me accepting power. So like, I don't know what that's gonna entail, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I will say this. It definitely sucks being on the end of these creatures. But when I take like 2 steps back and think of like, how'd you do out of 10? Captios's was 9 out of 10.
Ooh.
Yeah, because she can't lie, and he asked a lot of questions to kind of like press to keep him like present. Like she had a strategy that she had in mind. Keep him talking, keep influencing him, make him accept. But what she had to give up in the process is that if he comes out the other side, he will know things that he would have otherwise had no means to know. Like effectively, what Jacob's machinations are. Like almost all of them. Because So if he ever wants to take down Jacob, or worse, like repurpose his power for his own, Jacob's power for his own, like he has that knowledge. And being a very mental character, it's like giving a sniper a high-powered rifle. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has to get to
But
the other
like
side.
now it's execution, right? It's
Yeah.
like next session and the session, like the spy session, has to come out. Like I have to execute on that now too, or
Yeah.
Alexa and I have to.
Such is adventure.
Yeah. The one thing I wasn't sure of, and maybe this is a talking point more so, is like, was any of that real? Like, if he comes out the other side, is he going to have her power, or is that just in this like
enchanted
that, I think
moment,
is-
like
yeah, in this enchanted moment, is he get it? Like that's an interesting question.
Yeah. You will find out the answer to that, and you will also find that it leaves Captio stronger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think from a different point of view, it'll leave Sin stronger too. Like everyone effectively has a guide, and it's seeing how tying things together. It was interesting the ways to tie the story back in from when Alexa left to when Alexa returned, and the people that she's with. But yeah. Yeah, I had to do some gymnastics around that, but I'm very pleased with the results. Cass / Alexa.
yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm supposed to title myself now.
I mean, it's whatever primary thing is. Like, we get to control which story we do every Thursday. And worst case scenario, I just do full theater of the mind. And best case scenario, I have an idea ahead of time, and I'll create content. But the way work is right now, I don't even know if I could make that commitment. All I can say is that we're playing every Saturday, and it'll be a good time. What's your favorite moment, Cass?
I really liked just like the figuring out the puzzles, like seeing how you guys worked together and
3 pots. That was
that was
fun.
The 3 pots was
I forgot about the 3 pots.
That was like the good half of the session was 3 pots.
Yeah, it was a good chunk of the session was the 3 pots. It was interesting because like I was trying to watch and like not give away what I thought was happening. Like the stuff with the gelatinous cubes, I remembered. I was like trying to not say like, hey, this is what's going on there. I'm like, hey, we saw this before. And so like but like the stuff with the explosions, I'm surprised you guys didn't grab more explosive bombs to have.
Like carrying it.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. But yeah,
That
but
was
it
the
was
big
just really fun watching how you guys just like figured your way through all that, because it was and you guys both did it. Like it was together, but it was fun to see you guys just like working through puzzles and really just trying to find a way to get up. And then when you saw Virgo, like the struggle with Sin, I felt it.
Yeah,
I felt
it was genuine. Like, it was pure content right there.
Yeah, it's like I think there's a lot of it like that hit a lot. What I enjoyed about watching it was that I think out of character, you guys know what would have been the better action, like to get stuff done, but you both stuck to your characters.
Yeah,
which is something that I just really appreciate, because it's not, you're not trying to win the game. You're trying to be your characters.
Yeah.
So it was just like a nice, like a breath of fresh air to see you guys just like, no, like this is what she would do, and this is what Captius would do. So it was good to see that in action and kind of really see how that went through. It is. It is interesting that I know you guys both went in saying that, like, oh no, you needed to have her on your side when you went in. Mm-hmm. But like almost immediately when you talk to her, it's kind of like all it takes for you guys to not want them on their side is for them to be arrogant. Mm-hmm. It's a very interesting like understanding of how the group works and how they view enemies. Because like Jacob White is also arrogant. Yep. And it's like kind of like, what are those breaking points for the party currently? And it's arrogance.
First off, I don't disagree with that. But the one nuance is that Ozzy's arrogant as hell.
And Ozzy is arrogant as hell.
So I think it's the idea that you need a strong counter. Like it's a huge negative in the points. And the problem with dragons who are like arrogance embodied and like celestials that are like I am infallible is that it comes to the degree of that. It's interesting.
I have an interesting like talking point for later, but I know we want the people that were in the session to go first. But yeah, like those I enjoyed the whole session, honestly. Yeah. But yeah, like figure out the puzzles and just you guys being very true to your characters were great.
And I'd say my favorite point as the DM was I really think it was 3 pots. Like there were a few
3 pots.
There were there are a lot of really good points. I thought it was really creative to how like you destroyed that one area, and I was like, oh, none of the rest of this side of the room is gonna make any sense if you nuke that room. But hey, D&D, that's fine. It's okay. We can move forward. But with the 3 pots, I liked that one the most because it made me really think about how I do environmentals. Like this is a mineral is clay, or a mineral is how glass works. This is I'd think back to periodic table. Like I legitimately in the back of my head I was like, I'm gonna think back to periodic table and how this works and what I understand from like college chemistry way back when for this to make sense and not break the reality wall or the rule. Let's say that the meta laws of the fantasy world, because otherwise I don't know how you'd work through a chemistry puzzle if I keep changing the chemistry rules. So I found that very interesting in that I was able to remember them all enough that you guys got through it without causing friction. So I was very happy about that. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I forgot my favorite part, which was glow stick Sin.
Glow stick. Oh God. I would say as far as like first off, it really captured the characters just organically. Those 2 hours, like Captius had this huge big brain. All I can think of is like when someone's like solving a really hard like thought problem, like a huge like, puzzle. Almost like in the books, I think it was Ron, right? In the first one, not book
yes.
Ron, not movie
book
Ron. Where he solves through.
Yeah.
So the problem's like, oh, it's like Cap. Like this is very, very wizardly. I'm like, oh, this is nice. And then with Sin, like slapping Ozzy, and then because he couldn't block it, it's like, well, his hands are full. And then when she grabbed it, she slapped her. Like it's just so the two of them. It's so bad. It's good as hell. There were lots of points that I like that. Like another notables was when constructing this area. Like if Jacob ever went down there, he wouldn't go through this. He would create that spiral ice staircase that you guys created. So when creating this, I'm like, okay, well, at some point Jacob would use this because he has, the teleporter there. And he probably would do something flashy like, all right, recruits, go fuck off. I'm going to go walk up this staircase. Bye, bitches. I'm like, cool. And you guys, like, basically hotwired it to circumvent the second floor. So I thought that was really cool. That was my two. Obviously, Virgo, but it's always, like, a fine line because, like, man, Virgo is such a bitch. But she would try to social engineer both of you. She taunted, like, intended to taunt Sin. Like, you tell she was trying to push her buttons to make her attack aggressive, yeah. Because she needed to get Captios alone. Like, he didn't think that Captios would be as, I wouldn't say able to manipulate, but have the conversation she did if Sin was just yelling in the background and making that voice in the back of his head louder. She wasn't. Yeah, 100%. She wasn't positioned to win that conversation. So she had to get Sin out of the picture.
That's even worse.
Oh yeah, she's super manipulative.
Yeah.
That's the DM. So I'll go with talking points. There's no shy of them. You have left effectively the keep. We have to resolve your BBEG session, which is the mental battle next session. But yeah, talking points. I'll walk down. Cap, any talking points?
First, I think there were interesting moments with the pots where, like, I think there were situations where, like, I was asking Buck as Cap a lot of questions and then get like 80% of the way there, and then Sin would just be like, oh, why don't we try doing, like, what would happen if we did this? And it was like, yeah, that's like the catalyst for, like, the next step of this puzzle. So I think that changed in Cap's mind, gave a whole new, like, like a perspective on, like, Sin's usefulness, not just as a,
she's not
like,
just muscle.
She's multidimensional. Yeah. No, it finally clicked when you were talking about this. It reminds me of the series Eureka. Sin is like the everyman logic, and then Captios is like the big brain logic. Yeah.
Where if I'm over engineering and someone just comes in and is like, why don't you just use the key? Or like, why don't you just try opening the door? And you're like, oh, I was trying to blast it down with this dynamite.
Yeah. Like, if I melt the door with this goo I just created, it's like, or you could pull.
Right, exactly. And that seemed to happen multiple times. Thank you, Alexa, also for
Yeah.
I was like, go to the other side and push, like, have the coals on the other side. Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, you're like trying to figure out how to get the blue over. I'm like, just, you got coals. Put them in containers and walk over with them. You got just...
Which is great. So I think that was good. I'm curious to see Sin and Solus navigate this, like, wherever they are, where, like, Sin does not like Solus right now.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know how much of the cathedral was actually an illusion, like an enchantment.
Yep.
Oh.
Like, were we at any point in that actually in the altar and whatnot, or was it always an enchantment? But, like, what's interesting is Gig and Pisces were there.
Yep. That's
so,
right.
like, was she enchanting them into the picture too? Like, not enchanting them, but was she, like, making us think that they were there when they actually weren't there? But then, like, Gig was doing Gig things. Or was Gig just, like...
Gig was doing Gig things to make Sin want to attack.
Yup, exactly.
Depending on how you look on it.
So it's interesting to know where Gig and Pisces really are. I guess they're probably having a conversation with Virgo separately. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, very that was interesting. Definitely interesting to see what happens with the power situation. I don't know if she's, like, she can't tell a lie, so it'll be interesting to know, is it just in this next session, or is it, like, forever, and what are the implications of that in both situations? So there's that. And oh man, like, I don't know, I think this session there was a lot of theater of the mind, but it was also pretty RP heavy, which felt good. Like, it felt like the first half there was enough action to, like, pop problem solve, and then there was plenty of RP that went along with it that, like, made the characters grow. So those are my talking points.
Nezuko, is that you? All right, Sid, what are your talking points?
I think going back to something that Cap had said at the start of the talking points is like, Sin is not an intelligent person at all. So in that sense, like, she's always respected the things that Alexa said as far as like in those kind of situations and perspective of things and whatnot. But then also like with Capdios knowing his abilities and how he sees things, like, hey, this is stuff that is beyond my understanding. If this is what you want to do, I'll help because I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Mhm.
So and it just goes back to like having her help pour stuff into the beakers or whatever, or putting the coals. Like, it was fun because it was just something like, I don't like, again, like, it wasn't a moment where I was like, Sin, go attack that monster and kill it. It was like, hey, pour this water. She's like, oh yeah, I can look at me.
I'm helping.
Like,
Using water.
I really liked that moment between them, and like she was kind of like really interested in it and was like wanting to learn. Like, this is interesting. Okay, yeah, this is how I see how you work now.
She's learning how to make a bomb. She succeeded.
Yeah.
Didn't help that he,
Yeah.
like, ran away and then came back and then
Terms
ran
of
away
services
and then came back.
revoked.
Like the first couple of times, like, okay, this is all right. I'll just, this is weird, and then it's just like, okay, this is just, you'll be back. I'll just stay here, like, because it's just seeing you like process through all those things. That's why she was like, Catius, relax. It just make steam, like, or like whatever. Just very bare bones stuff to kind of like bring you back down to like a normal level of thought process. So I really like that part. What else was there? What else was I gonna say? Shit, I had it. Now it's gone. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Fuck, it's gone. It's gone. It was on the tip of my tongue and it's gone. I'm sorry. I guess that was my main thing that I really enjoyed through this session between Cap and Sin in particular. Yeah.
There was one actually very interesting one, which I'm not actually sure how I'm yet processing it. Sorry, I'm just butting it. So I can go at the end if that's preferable.
No, you're fine.
You're fine.
Okay.
But when Cap said, Sin, I've got your back, whatever you do, she attacked and he didn't then attack.
Yeah.
Where he was like, she's safe? Okay. Now we can, like, it's like the exact opposite of what happened before, which is like, almost like, okay, now the grown-ups can talk situation. Right? And like, but then Virgo came at it from like a completely right? Like, she rattled him because she came from it at a completely different angle. And so like, to your point, Buck, in that moment, having Sin would have been a huge benefit to Capdios in negotiation. Mm-hmm. But it is very interesting to me that like Cap was like, okay, as long as Sin is okay, we can still have this conversation and like try to get what we need to get done, rather than actually being like, whatever you do, I'll follow, and actually following.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how much of her back you actually have.
Exactly.
Which goes back to a lot of the like Sin's inner issue thing. And then like with Buck mentioning like Virgo was like pressing her buttons on purpose to manipulate her to go and attack her, it's just like kind of defeats the entire purpose of her doing so.
Yeah, because no matter how you look at it, no matter what Sin did, she was going to be a puppet.
Right.
If she bowed, she's being a puppet to Virgo, and I think that's part of the idea. I mean, I think Virgo knew that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which is really, really messed up. Like, it's just poor tiefling. Oh God, she does. Like, oh my God, like And she just wake up this and feel even more like a freaking rag doll, just being tossed around. Like, I don't know. It's just
Oh, I can
that's
say
hurtful.
that when Sin leaves, because well, I wouldn't say if. I have strong confidence that both Sin and Captius are going to get out of their palace, or rather their alternate reality, the prison, so to speak. Sin will come out with a lot more self-esteem because their challenges are reflecting their self-esteem, like what drives them, and taking hold of that back. Yeah, I am very excited to see how you deal with it.
Oh God!
And the interesting thing is, ironically, is that Sin isn't doing it alone, and how, if you think about it, like Sin may be taking it from the perspective of like, I needed you to have my back, but rather Captios needed you. Like the idea of how you guys truly provide value to each other as like friends and compatriots, because it can go both ways. Like had Sid not been as reckless, Captios wouldn't have probably would have won that battle.
And like I think that's why Cap didn't do anything, because he was expecting Sin to like
hit her,
calm down. Well, no, calm down. I think Cap was expecting like, hey, I'm telling you I've got your back, but in this moment, like you and I both know that you need to calm down. And like the fact that she didn't do it is rough, right? Because it's like on Cap's side too, there's this element of like, as a friend, I'm telling you, we're going to be better off if you just stand down. But I've got your back. So like, I think to Buck's point, it goes both ways. Like neither of them had the other's back at the end of the day, which is funny.
Yeah.
But that's the point, right? Virgo pushes you to pursue what you truly want.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
and it kind of goes into, without tipping the hands too much, why getting out, each of you has a paired friend to get you out, because it's something you can't do by yourself.
Oh.
And it'll be interesting to understand if that's what Virgo wants. Like, what does Virgo want? Does Virgo want us to get out? Does Virgo want us to be like? What is Virgo's point in doing all of this?
Well, I'm fairly positive, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Alexa and Solus are not there because of Virgo.
Correct.
I think they're there because of Gig.
Also correct. Like that'll become very evident next session. Like the point where I have to tell you, Alexa, that, and you'd walk in and tell within the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, like I'm sure you're gonna have to tell me a little bit of like, what does Alexa know?
Because I mean, the on point is like, why was Pisces and Gig doing nothing?
Mm-hmm.
And was it because Gig was focusing on, like, he can kind of like see what was going to happen, and was like, they're not gonna be able to do this alone.
But what's interesting is like, this is the first time Gig's doing something that like I wouldn't expect him to do. Like really not expect him to do. Right? Like there was a moment in the first thing of Revolutions where he like lit Ozzy's back on fire.
Yep.
And it was like, that is exactly what I would expect a normal person to do. But like, of all the things Gig could do, help Captios and Sin, not at all what I would, without a deal, not at all what I would expect.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
that's true.
An interesting arc for Revolutions is Gig's character arc.
Jarvis agrees.
Very briefly, let these dogs out before continuing after talk. So 1 second.
Jarvis has a lot of thoughts.
Extra hours.
Oh my.
He's very vocal, and it sounds like demons are coming out of him.
Yeah, that was weird.
That's just how Jarvis talks.
I am very curious what's gonna, like Buck just said, Gig's character arc. I'm so interested in what's happening here.
I know. Oh,
right?
God.
Like,
I'm so excited.
Well, I think it kind of goes to the idea of like, how long can he stand on the sidelines and stand on the sidelines and just pretend like, I'm just watching and see what's going on, before he realizes like, I actually need to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I'm sure being with Pisces is helping that along with the emotion side of things.
I'm back.
Yeah.
So yeah,
We-
Gig's arc.
Points that were brought up were Alexa said how long can Gig stay on the sidelines before he realizes like he has to do something. And then Sid brought up the fact that Pisces is there. So obviously that helps with the emotional evolution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of that arc seems to affect around the time that Pisces is more visible.
Well, because it's also, if you think back to Gig when he first was created, he was a very different Gig. And he actively helped people. Like, actively helped Freeport. Kind of build it up. I imagine it wasn't with deals. Like, he was just doing it.
Well, he was the Celestial to start, right?
He was a Celestial part that was pulled out.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
like, if you look at, like, he was getting Freeport together, and then the thing that changed him was when the Elohimians,
Aries.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
Someone
saw.
shot his son at him or something.
Yeah, they saw that he was getting too powerful, and they wanted to stop his potential, so they shot at him, and that changed it. And I think then he kind of like, well, fine, like, I'm just gonna only do deal. Like, I think that like changed fundamentally how he works.
Was Nuya a part of that, or was that before Nuya was?
Oh no, Nuya was absolutely a part of it. It was Nuya, Soul Sarah, and Elisa.
Mm-hmm.
And Elisa is the one that like pseudo atoned for it, and Soul Sarah was killed. Yeah. So Nuya
By
is
Gig.
still,
Well, not by Gig,
by Safina as manipulated
Sophia.
by Gig
By
because he
Gig.
could not do it himself. So he used a deal with Safina. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And Nuya's just still out there, but Nuya right now is in custody.
Mhm.
He's gonna let that play out first. I imagine. Or maybe he doesn't. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of thing. If you expect more like humanistic reactions, like what happened to Ozzy, like his motivations for hanging back are very interesting. Like one scenario, if push was like Gig could have had a full on brawl with Ozzy. So it's interesting to see how I was gonna see the two of you reacted to how Ozzy and Gig were both acting, because if forced together, it could have been an interesting catalyst.
Yeah.
Like
God.
and again, it's like how to do like 9 out of 10. Like Captius ended the session 9 out of 10. Like it's not it gets a lot of unknowns and question marks of what that means. But from like the DM 10,000-foot view, 9/10. Sin similarly,
Cap.
like
That's
similarly,
the first time.
It's the highest scoring in season 10 so far.
Yeah.
Holy shit, Cap.
Like strong Captio
Hell
session.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Sin's I'll have question marks. I think she's in an emotionally raw state, so it could either be like 8 to 10, again a really high rating, or a 6 to 10. It's still positive.
Nice.
It depends on
Still
how
the
she
highest
responds to still alive. How she responds to the soulless situation. Since she's got a lot of talking / processing to do, considering her current reality. She just murdered Alexa, and Solus is here.
Oh God. What am I gonna do?
Cry.
The only
Yeah.
the only thing you can do. You have to kill Solus now.
Cry.
No,
Get them all. Get them all. Just go.
No, the little Easter egg to keep going between this week and the next is like it's not Solus that she'll have to face off against, but someone she really respects or has been like really tugging at her that she'll have to break from, and Captius has to do something very similar.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to say.
It's the idea of like not living in someone's shadow is the way to get
Wait.
out of the prison.
I wonder if it's Gig and Paula.
I
It'd
think
be very interesting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine what. How about this? Imagine what a scene would look like when those are your final bosses.
Damn.
Oh shit.
Well, there is. So I wanted to go to. I don't know if Sid, you went over all of your talking points.
Yeah,
but,
so I returned. I'm not too sure where we are on talking points. Are we on Sin or?
Yeah.
Oh,
guess
that was
we're-
it. I'm.
Oh,
Oh,
then
no.
we're on you now, Cass.
Okay.
Cass Lexa.
Because we're talking about Paolo, so something that I found very interesting about Captios's character is he idolizes Paolo, which we knew, but it's almost to a point where, if you notice, anytime there was a decision in front of Virgo that he had to make sure that Paolo would have done the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And he had to ask it. So it kind of goes to the thing of, like, does Captios know what he wants as Captios, or is he so consumed by the idea of he wants to be like Paolo that he doesn't understand where, like, his agency is? It's more of, like...
You could
like,
say the same thing with Sin. Like, you even said it during After Talk, like, didn't want to disappoint him.
Yeah. Like, it's like you guys both have these characters, like, and I think to Captios, that idea of he only wants to do something if Paolo would have done it is holding him back. Because it's not allowing him to be himself. And it's not allowing him to really, like, he's just a slave to what his imagination of expectations are.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
But the
what happened.
expectations are being set by other people. So it was very interesting because, like, every time there was a big decision, you always, like, verbally asked out loud, did Paolo do this?
Yeah, I mean, there's two reasons. One, to your point, right? It's like if you're at a crossroads and you don't know the right way to go,
Mm-hmm.
right? You need some sort of like
Role
if
model?
one question, or like some sort of like lighthouse, right? Like, what is the lighthouse?
Mhm.
Apollo's the lighthouse, literally the lighthouse. And that's one. Two, it's like, I'm not going to be like, it's got to be someone that the Celestials respected enough that, like, if you took his lead, they wouldn't be like, what is wrong with you, sort of thing,
Mhm.
right?
Mm.
So there was that element, but I do think there's some element of what you're saying, right? It's this idea of like greatness, and if you look around the world, and like at the end of the day, I think Captios has two major flaws. One is that he's not always confident. Well, one is that he's not always confident in his own abilities, and two, he looks around the world and sees everyone else as kind of like an idiot, if that makes sense.
No, that's
Right.
that's very celestial of you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right, exactly. And like part of it is like even like Paulo is someone he saw as this is someone who when I reach mechanically level 20 would be my equal.
Mm.
I don't think there's another person that could be my equal is basically how he thinks, right? Like that's kind of how he's thinking about it. And so it's like I need someone to model myself off of. So like this is who it's going to be. But to your point, I think you're right. Like there is an element of weighing, like leaning too heavily on the role model or on the romanticized version of what you want to be rather than just being and existing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I'm sure at some point there'll be a situation like, would Paulo kill Jacob?
Yep.
I don't know. We'll see if Captios has to kill Jacob, what he would do. So interesting.
Or like, what is it? You see what you want to see in your role models or people you idolize or whatnot, but there's more dimension to them. Like, did Paolo make mistakes? I mean, look at Gig. Objectively,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of leading you down. It kind of, to me, it looks like you're going to eventually find yourself in probably a place of power, but it's going to feel very hollow, I think, by the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Like,
I think...
with that idea, it's like it's same thing as being a tyrant, like tyranny, but not intending it to be tyranny, so you think you're doing the right thing, which makes, again,
Which is
very,
the
very
Paulo
celestial.
problem.
Yeah.
That's the Paulo
Yeah.
problem.
Paulo
That's
problem,
why he
yeah.
died. That's why he was like, I'm going to die now.
Yep.
'Cause he
Yeah.
found
I give
himself
this
in that situation.
I give this freedom back to the world. I'm better off not being part of it. I'd have the Dr. Manhattan problem.
But it also, I don't know, there's like, there's certain ideas that as you look through it, it's just a very interesting like thought project thing to go through, because you think like, oh, like the fact that Captios took the deal with Virgo, I actually found pretty surprising and pretty character telling, because your whole thing was that you wanted to
100%.
Well, you want to go against the Celestials, but then the Celestials like, oh no, I'll give you the power, and you're like, okay. Well, you ask questions first, of
you
course.
resisted for a while.
Yeah, like you resisted for a while, but like you eventually like, okay. And I think the big difference, kind of when you look at, and like this is just like now, like kind of like thinking through it, when you look at how Captios is wanting to be like Paolo, and how Paolo is, I think eventually Captios is going to hit a moral struggle with himself, because I think Paolo would have like might have taken that deal because it was selfless. Like I think he would have understood that there's going to be some bullshit happening because he made that deal, but it was going to be enough to save people. Whereas I don't think Captios took it to save people. I think Captios took it to fuck over Jacob. So it's doing the same action, but with very different motivations. And
motivations, you don't say. What is she over?
But I think I think if Captios ever realizes this, and I don't know if he is like in character, because I think you can tell yourself a lot of things. So I think to Captios' mind, he is doing what Paolo would have done. So he thinks that he's doing the right thing. If he ever realizes that change in motivation, I wonder how it would hit him morally. Like, because that motivation in and of itself would make him not like Paolo, because he did it to screw over someone versus to save someone. And I feel like Paolo would have done it to save someone.
But like, what's interesting about Paolo too is like, we don't really know Paolo's motivations before he became a Celestial, right? Like,
true,
we think that they were good and selfless, but like, that's not necessarily true. He may have gotten his initial power just by the same way, and then over time, gotten wiser, right, or something like that. Who knows? So like, but I do agree with you. I think it's very interesting that it's to fuck over Jacob to indirectly help the world, but it's not a selfless action. It's not an action where he's like, I know I'm going into this and I could lose, because Captios doesn't want to lose either. So it's not selfless.
Yeah, he wants to be the greatest of them all. Like,
like he wants to be great. I think it just hit really hard on the, like the power and being great. I remember like at the beginning with Captios, he wanted a statue. Of him made, and it just really hit to that. And like going to the idea of like we don't know Paolo's motivations, I don't think we'll ever find out what Paolo's motivations are. So really the only version of what Paolo's motivations would be is what you envision them to be, because he's dead. And since Captios kind of sees him with like through rose-colored glasses, that's why I think like he'll have that thing, because like I'm sure Paolo made like he was something before he was a Celestial, but I don't think Captios would ever go through that thought process of it. So it's just it's just interesting, like, because it kind of just lets you see just so many possible trajectories of where things could go. And
100%. Another thing that was very interesting that like actually was the most likely to turn Captios off from the deal was when Virgo said that Captios, or that Paolo was a good servant, because like that phrasing, like if you knew that Paolo was pulling from the positive plane, like he had more than enough energy if he wanted to take out Virgo if he wanted to. So like the idea that he is the servant in that situation, like it kind of pissed Captios off. And I'm sure Virgo also realizes that like Captios kneeling was not humility. It was a like, I kneel now and later I'm going to step on your throat like situation after everything that was happening with Sin. So like there is that element too. There's this element of like, kneel now like so that your opponent thinks they have the upper hand. But Virgo can obviously see you have the upper hand. That's the case. But the beauty of it is that Virgo's too arrogant to think that that's actually the case.
But I'm going to throw this out there. If you look at it another way, Captos is too arrogant to not realize that it might not be the case.
It's too arrogant people.
It's so interesting because like the thing that got Sin so pissed off was her arrogance. But then like as you're like talking through stuff, I'm like, everyone's got this this arrogance. Like it's just
Alexa's arrogant too, right?
Absolutely.
It's
So
the whole
like,
all of Revolution is based around arrogance. Like I am going to change the world. Like my way of doing this is better. I mean that is Revolution.
Yeah. Like there's so much arrogance, but then when you're confronted with arrogance, it's just like, oh no, you can't be arrogant. That's it's so interesting to see.
All I could think of legitimately
how that
is Captios and Virgo towards like the kneeling and that little dance they're doing just remind me of like Cersei and Littlefinger, where it was like knowledge is power, and Cersei's like, no, power is power. Like guards, kill him. Nope, stop. No, don't. It's like no, power is power. It's like the end of the day, I made these actions happen.
Because to the idea of like Alexa leaving, she left because like there was a moral thing, but also she was arrogant enough to think that like, fine, I can't do this with you, then I'm going to have to do it myself. Like that arrogance. Like it's a different like
your arrogance. Alex's arrogance came from despair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just like I'm gonna put lipsticks on the wrong pig here, because she's like, if I do nothing else, she full on thought that she was going to do something and die trying. I don't think she had a high view of herself doing it. Yeah, I think that the Alexa prior to, which kind of led to her cracking, was her arrogance, like that steely demeanor that really was founded on a foundation of sand. Like, and that's her growth path too, is to figure that out, because Sin's not going to be all that different. Neither is Captios, but the whole entire point of this is that you go in alone and this happens.
Yeah.
And then it was very well had a great dichotomy to, like we typically forget the Sunshine, is that when people were working together, like the Three Pots, things went great. And then when people were working independently and like playing mental chess with their own motivations and motives, everyone fell.
Like if we had all gone into that with the same true motives, it could have probably been a 10 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could have been a 0 out of 10. Like, who knows, right?
But it would have been genuine. And regardless of what it is, the genuine answer was going to win out. I'm definitely looking forward to either that outcome where it's like, new game plus, true ending, versus this, which is like the character growth path.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who we're on after talk. I think we're on you, Cass.
Yeah. I mean, like, that was like my big, because it was just so interesting to see. And then I don't know, like you just go into the whole like thought process of Sin. I don't know. It makes it kind of the struggle I'm seeing for Revolution with like both with Alexa, because I don't think it's going to get any better when Alexa joins back in. Is you guys we keep you guys are like, we have been saying that like you want to get the Celestials on your side, not the Celestials, you want to get the Zodiacs on your side, but if you're going to face every situation like you did Virgo, you will just be unsuccessful. I think because every Zodiac is going to have their own thing, and what is it kind of going to like you have to understand what the other person wants for you to have any kind of negotiations. And in the situation with Virgo, as like a group,
that's the problem.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, Captios left with 9 out of 10 because I think you're right. But now, even if it's temporary, we'll see how it plays out. But he now knows that, like, the idea of what's valuable, like what could be identified as leverage, what's the bargaining chip. I think that's true. Yeah. But what is it? You have a lot of trees, and Captius was given a chainsaw. We don't know if it's for like one session, a cutscene, or if he permanently gets this mofo. Is it like a Resident Evil 1 thing where you get the flamethrower, or is it permanent? We don't know. But it's still a very powerful tool in the hands of the right person. And
if he has that it's super powerful. Like that would make any negotiating so much easier. My concern is say it was all just for show, and he gets out and he doesn't quite have that power of motivation. Like I'm going with the, hey, you're in a pretend world. Once you get out of it, that alternate reality no longer exists.
So
and you don't.
I'll argue this really because there's like so much that goes on in D&D, and we do more than this in our lives. When Captius first started, I paid close attention to the detect thought spell and like the psionic source. So even if that isn't something that's there, something he already has in his toolkit, he might lean on more.
Oh, that's very true. Because that was the whole thing with him trying to catch Alexa at the very beginning.
Yep.
Ironically, I was looking at that and I was like, should I detect thoughts on Virgo? But I was like, that just feels like a bad idea.
Feels scummy, yeah.
Not just scummy, it just feels like she would know that I'm doing that and would like easily counter it with like one of her celestial.
And it might not work for Virgo, right? But
there's other.
Well, imagine like Leo, who's like, I just want a fantastic duel, and it's like, great, Sin challenge him to a duel.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think like just like I don't know. I think my just like biggest concern seeing how when faced with arrogance, because I have a feeling that all of the Zodiacs are going to have some arrogance. I'm pretty sure. I remember Yeast definitely had a whole bunch of arrogance. Like they just do. They're powerful. Oh, I'm echoing.
Echo. Let the dogs in while you're going through that topic.
Yeah, they're powerful. I'm a little concerned that if the party as a whole doesn't understand humility or doesn't know when to apply humility, that it's going to kind of be like we're going to have to really rely on Captios understanding what their motivations are and letting them being able to find a way to get them their motivations and look past the fact that we can't be like humble to them.
Yeah.
Because we're asking for their power, but if you can't be humble enough to say like, hey, we actually can't do this without your power, and allowing that, like I think there's just some struggles that we're gonna hit. Because again, like it's not gonna get better when Alexa gets there. She's not humble either. It was just one of those things that, especially talking to Virgo, I just like saw it. I'm like, ooh, this is like a struggle that we're gonna have to figure out how to work through.
Yep. Actually, one thing I found interesting specifically about that humility piece is that like it was interesting when Virgo said that Jacob pledged his allegiance to Virgo versus like we were sitting here thinking that like he tricked her by like using his motivations and convinced her that like no, it was like he was basically like, I am going to do this. And maybe it was a trick in the sense of like they entered a deal where
he has her book.
Celestials? He has her book? Okay. So really like part of it is also that like yes, I think there is an element also of like Virgo wants out. Like Virgo doesn't want to be in this position where like Jacob has her book, etc., etc. Sorry, I was just trying to loop that into like he pledged his fealty, and that is a humbling thing to do, which is weird for Jacob, a not humble guy.
Well, it goes to like the other things too. Like Gig's showing more of his side that is not like I am like Mephistopheles or like what you typically think of like a crossroad demon like Mr. Crowley from Supernatural. Like Jacob at some point also and even mentioned that like she didn't lie, like Paolo did do those things. But but then so did Captu, so you have to wonder like was he going through motions, like how much of it was how much of it the way that you're interpreting it is always the tricky thing, like an action was done.
She's specifically not saying the motivations behind it, she's just saying it happened.
Which is interesting because Pisces specifically said she's to Sin. She's not telling the whole truth. And what's interesting is, was she telling Sin that because Virgo was doing that to Sin, or was she actually in the situation and also telling that to Captios? Very, like,
It's hurting my
interesting
brain.
situation.
Yeah, brain just explodes. Well, it's a very mental type of celestial, so it'll be very interesting. And if you recall what Virgo was when the temple was done, because that's the tie back.
Yeah, because she created what motivated people, what made them fight. I remember it was through enchantment that Troy and Troy and Alara
and you had the Virgo question too, because that was the you, like who is you? So in a lot of ways, in a not really fucked up way, like Virgo represented Celestian meeting Alara.
Oh.
I know it gets yeah.
God.
The rivers run deep.
Yeah.
Which,
something.
go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, you can go.
I was gonna say, which truly makes you wonder whose side Virgo actually is on.
Yep.
Like more and more, it looks like she's on the side of the mortals, but doing it in her own arrogant, like I'm the queen way.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just
and aligns herself to mortals that think that their way is the same thing. Like, you think Jacob thinks everyone around him is stupider than him, and he's got the right way to do it. So if he has to crack some eggs, let's go.
Yep.
And it might be genuine. Like, you might have a better way to go about doing it. She may genuinely believe that or tell you that.
Well, I will say something about Jacob that I think Captios is still learning is, like, Jacob knows how to play the game. Like,
yeah.
To be fair, the DM's playing Jacob, so like create.
Right, but that's just his.
I think it's a bit loaded dice at that point.
But like that's his character. Like he understands when to push and pull. I think is the idea, and I think Captios is still learning that.
Yeah,
like
100%.
Because I mean, I think back to like original Captios. Like the whole thing was that he does not have very many social graces. That's not his strong suit. Yeah. He was good at knowing
and Virgo was kind of like Captios is like super. It's super effective.
Yeah.
So like it's one of the things that like that was never Captios' strong suit, and he's getting better. Like he's learning how to do stuff. But I think that's a big difference between how Jacob thinks and how Captios thinks. Is that like Jacob is always one step ahead because he understands the game. He understands like where pieces would move. I think Captios is still learning.
I'd argue one thing there too that hasn't been said a whole lot for since the topic hit arrogance like a couple different times. Jacob doesn't come after you for taking losses. Like Jacob is very good at taking losses and not letting his emotions run wild with them.
Yeah, that's very true. He has, which I was really curious if you guys were success like the idea because you're going to attack Virgo, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, like just like Pisces is just one of Pisces. There's 3. Mm-hmm. There's 3 of everything. Like there's 3 of Gig. There's 3. So I'm like, if you guys killed this body of Virgo, you guys are you don't know how. Like she seems very arrogant, so I imagine she would be very almost like spiteful, but like in a creative way, creative spitefulness. So I'm like, if you guys actually like try to kill her, like I think you guys are gonna screw yourself over.
I will say this
so quick because there's the two other person.
One, I do hope you hate Virgo because it's a good thing. She is an antagonist. Like you want to have some ire against her. That's supposed to be the case. Like maybe you can sympathize with her or kind of understand her. Fine. But like she is still an antagonist. That said, with the path you're currently on, most of them involve her getting destroyed.
Oh.
Yeah. So at that point that there's 3 of them, yes. But it's like the idea with Talon, like what does a body exist out of mind? What does a mind exist out of soul? Like what is it? It's that whole entire idea.
Yeah.
What exactly are you facing up against? But
one thing that
making
was
it more complicated.
one thing that was interesting is like she can't lie, and she was saying that like she didn't want the deal with Jacob.
Yep.
She like thinks Captives has and his friends have like a better way or whatever, right? So like there is an element of Virgo that does understand, like she's not polished. She can't see everything in the future. She's not Aquarius, but like she does understand all the motivations of everybody going on in the world, it seems, and like what is the best option.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Pisces
So,
seems to think the
think-
same way with Captius too, which is interesting.
Yeah. So I'm curious what's gonna happen with the book too. Like, I asked for it to go to Clemens because I don't think that it'd be basically like Virgo and Aquarius both being in the same body. Like, not a good idea.
Yep.
So now Clemens has two huge artifacts. If it turns out the way, like,
Oh god, my brain just went to a dark place.
Yeah.
really,
Because you're like, yeah, send this to Clemens, and if Clemens dies to the Rethlings, then now the Rethlings and Reth have the Book of Palo. And
but I imagine they would just like destroy it. I mean, I guess Jacob controls Wrath.
yep,
Which means we go to Jacob, yeah.
yep.
Oh my god! Wow! Don't say these things out loud in front of the DM, Emma.
No, I've already
my
processed
God.
the path.
I like, trust me, everything I say, I know Buck has thought of.
I have.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I'm like not trying. Since I'm not trying to be arrogant about it, but like I have, and there's a much better story that involves Clemens with Sealer in that book. So it really did strengthen that side.
It's like if I'm gonna die, at least one last thing I can do for a friend who is truly a good person, right? Is like
He's just trying to save the plants, man. He just wants.
He's gonna pull a sort of Gryffindor out of his father's fucking chest.
Yes! Clemens, get your fancy redemption arc. Become the Neville.
I will
of
point out
Arhor'ha.
two things because I like here are some positive actions you do. Sending Ray with Clemens was super smart.
Yeah.
I don't think it was like on its head because it's like I need to figure out where people to go. But the way it played out, super smart, because one of Clemens' character flaws is that, like, I wouldn't say he's completely selfless, but he's very Jon Snow. But imagine you have the Jon Snow situation with someone who's giving him alternatives. Like he'll think he'll act a little smarter, like a little less, I'd say, reckless.
Jon Snow with really good counsel.
With really good counsel, yeah. Like it was a surprisingly good pair up.
I think that pair up was also because we wanted him to go to the library, which was like Ray's big place, and use it like Alfred in fucking Batman.
Yep.
Right. So like, turned out in a good way, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and that was the original intent. I was like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then how it played, I was like, great, let's put this this Hot Wheel on a track and see what happens. And it just like flies out. But it's made of foam, so when it hits like your nephew in the head, it does nothing. Like, cool, do it again. I'm like, I didn't intend that, but okay. Nerf gun.
Can I ask a question about the session from the DM? As
Sure.
like a.
But that will be the last one because I am super, super hungry.
Yeah, it's fair. So you mentioned that because they threw a bomb into the room with the
yeah.
the thing that they wouldn't understand what was going on there.
Yep.
So what was going on there?
So the story of that section and the rattled chains is that if someone got captured by the chains as part of the, we'll call it the exercise, the training exercise, and a water elemental killed them, like chances are they would be left there. So there was a person that was there, like a caretaker for a period of time, like someone who just didn't pass a trial and wasn't like brave or smart enough to figure a way out. And he would just take those corpses and their gear over and created them like as compost for food so he could live there. Well, that compost lab became myconoids. The reason why you wouldn't be able to figure something out because like eventually they turned on him, but his journal, which he was writing in, was there and then got annihilated by fire.
Ah, gotcha.
Also, the myconoids, which were could have been an interesting trap, but like they burned alive, Baymax style. The idea of hallucinogenic mushrooms, not wrong. The idea was to get you to like lower your guard, and then you'd become mushroom food. Like not even need to fight, just like basically being drugged up. But it's like, nope, don't like this. I'm gonna nope out. I'm gonna kill it with fire. Just boom. Like, yep, that solves that. It's like it will make the context of the rest of the side very confusing. But yeah. It's like when you
that makes sense because like there's like the bed and everything like yeah.
It was also an alternative location if you guys needed to rest, which when you guys were all like messed up, I'm like, well, there is a place that like looks safe enough to rest in. Man, my dogs are just guys, relax. All right, I'm gonna go on a T-Bell run. I need to get some horrible food in me. I'll be on Discord. I put some hilarious things in off topic. I think I did think about the echidna scene when dealing with Virgo with the tea. I'm like, we'll have tea.
Yeah.
And as usual, Quirky L was like pre-canonade gig, so put him in there.
Oh yeah, I put in a gif of what I imagine Sin looked like when she was a glow stick, and then
Yep.
And then when you were talking about like the blue liquid, there's a thing called Thicket, which is for people that can't drink liquids. Like it's a thick, and so they have like thick water, and that's all I could think of here. Like it's very thick. I'm like, it's Thicket.
Ew.
Well, on that note, I guess I'm gonna eat food and think about the viscosity of the mountain.
Yeah, think of that viscosity.
All right, I'll see you guys at Discord. Bye.